vice chair taking roll. I think everybody understands that we're doing a lot of workarounds this morning due to the catastrophe with the storm and relocation, which was a big surprise. Room was set up in the wrong room. There's just a lot going on this morning, so hopefully everybody will have a lot of grace for doing what they need to do to get through this. This is Vice Chair.
Okay, and if you guys can say, here or something and give me a little wave just since we're in such a big room. All right, Kate Prather. Here. Kevin Hutchinson. Kevin Hutchinson. Scott Talley. Here. Jeff Miller.
Here.
Aaron Ramos.
Here.
Billy Pierce.
Here, side.
Jody Cole. Cole. Kenneth Biggins.
Here.
Daniel Bledsoe.
Here.
Jocelyn. Here. Chris Owens. I think I saw you weren't going to be here. Amanda Gibbs. Yeah. Amanda Gibbs.
I'm here.
Matthew Gibbs.
He's not here.
Okay. All right. Anastasia Wilford.
Here.
Mike Dooling. He's not going to be here. Mike Coogan.
Here.
Ted Brown.
Here.
Clark Patterson.
Here.
Kevin Hale.
Here.
Kyle Russell.
Here.
Jacob Bradley.
Here.
Brandon Ruman.
He's not here.
Thank you. Scott Peterson.
Here.
Jenny Moore.
Here.
Paul Dar.
Here.
Nolan Schmidt.
Here.
Renee Perez. Renee Perez. RJ Pace.
Here.
Joe Roberts.
Here.
Sean Sparkman.
Here.
Clint Kohler.
Here.
Darren Pollock.
Here.
Susan Barney.
Here.
Austin Hugan.
Here.
Jennifer Renner. Jennifer Renner. Thank you. Nikki Brasher. Nikki Brasher. Daniel Thornton. I know he's not going to be here. Dave Marino. I know he's not going to be here. Jack Westbrook.
Here.
Andrew Emeling.
Here.
Jesse Coward here. Christy Ford is absent today. And Joe Burns. All right, guys, we have a total of 31 present. We have 4 absent, and we have, oh, sorry, hold on just a second. Fixing the formula. All right, yeah. 8 absent, 4 removed. So the 4 removed today are Jody Cole, Matthew Gibbs, Mike Dooling, and Dave Marino. So that gives us a new total of the body is 39, so with 31 present. So quorum is going to be 16, 2/3, 21, and 3/4, 24.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is call for public comments. Is there anybody here that's not on SLEC that has anything to comment on or question? Okay, don't hear anything going on there, so we're on to adoption of the minutes. Amend the agenda. Adoption of the agenda. Does anybody have any questions? Somebody want to move to adopt the agenda?
Second.
That was
Sorry. 31.
and second. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda?
Objection.
No, Wilford. Okay. Would you like to speak to your objection?
Sure. So in the minutes as they were posted most recently, there are still, agenda. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. But agenda, yeah, this agenda. And so, mistaken objection. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. So now, checks notes. Approve previous meetings. Does anybody want to move to adopt the previous meeting?
I move that the revised minutes submitted by the secretary on the forum, noted by revision 2 or V2, be adopted and accepted.
Billy Pierce. Second. Yeah. We have a second. Is there an objection?
Objection.
You have an objection from Ms. Wilford. Go ahead.
The version 2 of the minutes is still missing, relevant information, as well as it does not have any links to or appendices of the reports or various motions that were in the meeting. It also is missing the roll call of the roll call vote that was taken at that meeting.
Yeah, so while the practice of inserting the links into the minutes is lawful, it's a matter of preference. It's not required by our bylaws or our policies. I think it's a good idea, but it's not a requirement. And as long as it refers to those documents, and those documents are stored somewhere accessible by folks who would have cause to read the minutes. So that's not a firm requirement. It's nice to have, I need to have. Some of the things are just a matter of prerogative. As far as the roll call vote, if that is contained elsewhere, it doesn't need to be in the minutes. If that is not contained elsewhere, then I concur that there needs to be an amendment to the minutes or a separate motion to have the record of the roll call, the results of the roll call vote and how the roll call went available to the select members of the body.
Thank you, Mr. Hale.
Irregardless, the reason we have a roll call vote is so that it is on the minutes. It needs to be on the minutes. That's the whole point. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Ms. President.
Request for information. Is the roll call vote anywhere besides the minutes that can be confirmed, accessible to the rest of the members of the select?
I do not know. Is there?
Has anybody looked for it?
Ms. Becky or Ms. Howard, do we have that roll call accessible anywhere?
From last time?
Is it
Check
linked
it.
in the minutes?
Say Jocelyn's looking.
We're checking. In the meantime, Mr. Westbrook, and then let me see if anybody else
I
wants to speak.
also have a request for information. Does anyone have that information, as Wilford mentioned, anyone have that information available where we could add it to what we have?
We're trying to figure out what we're looking
I'm
for.
asking somebody else might have that
Yeah.
information.
Mr. Pierce.
I'd like to move to lay this issue on the table with the intention of taking it back up once we found the answer to these questions.
Is there a second? Is that a second? Okay, so we have a second. Does anybody object to just laying this on the table until we get the information moving forward? No objection. We'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Everyone's got to be a little bit louder since we're spread out.
Yeah, I remember asking y'all to move up, like, and I'm not blaming you, but like, you sit wherever you want, real libertarians, right? You do you. But I can't see you, and chances are I won't be able to hear you either. So I'll do the best I can, but in the meantime, yell really loud. And Way, you can jump up and down, please. Is there something we need? Okay. Okay. So then, I'm next, I guess, while we're waiting on this. I did not provide a written chair report. It was just that kind of week. It was kind of that kind of 2 weeks, actually. But I do have some bullet points. Some of y'all may remember that from previous administrations. I want to talk about. I want to talk about a little bit about the sort of the State of the Union, state of the term, a little bit about what's going on in Nation Builder, and then I have a couple things to say about the lawsuit. As far as the State of the Union, I just, it was really cool today, this week being in the Capitol and just seeing people working and getting stuff done. And we've had a lot of productive energy this term. I know things were a little weird last year. We were in the middle of all the politics, post-national convention, which is always a big energy suck. But we really have, things are moving well. And what we have right now is the survivors, right? We are the ones that haven't given up yet on Milwaukee, Texas. Yeah, right? I mean, can y'all just like recognize each other? Great quitting, quiet quitting, or both just quitting, right? And so everybody's got their own path to determine for themselves where they belong and what they're doing. But we're here, we're still together, and I think we should appreciate that about each other. I hope that things have been weird. I would say since COVID, really. I mean, really, like the last 5 years have just been kind of a shit show in some ways. But a lot of good things have already happened this term, and good things are in front of us to build this party together. So I just ask that as much as possible, just let's all work together. We're not all gonna, get along equally well together, but we can all respect the fact that we're here. And this is the team, this is the team we're playing for. So let's do that together as a team. And if we work together, we can grow this party and then make things really fun for the next administration. As far as just kind of looking back, I mean, I just want to remind everybody that apart from our, conflicts that come up from time to time, that's going to happen. That's what we're here for, is to resolve conflict. I mean, basically, is to come to agreement to find a middle path, find a way to agree about things that we bring different points of view, different life experience to. So that's our job, is to sort that out, make a decision, whatever the majority decides, that's what we think, and then we'll go with that. We have seen, to my knowledge, and my background with LB Texas, an unprecedented performance on behalf of the team. We did more for candidates. The candidates always think we should be doing more than we're doing, but from the point of view of the organization, the candidate interviews, the candidate websites, we've never done stuff like that before, so we're getting better. Yeah, the trainings that have been going on at county level or for the operational stuff, this is all new territory. And if this is your first term on SLEC, you may think we always do this, but we don't. But this is new stuff that's coming out. I can't say enough. I'll just gush for a minute about Anastasia Kevin and the work that the Legislative Action Department is doing this year. If there's somebody that remembers us in a previous term writing a bill and getting a representative to carry it and getting it passed out of committee, please let me know, because I don't think we've ever done that before.
Here.
Anybody? I mean, yeah.
I can't think of it.
Yeah, we are setting the bar higher this term than it has been so far. And again, we're still here, and we still got another year. We're only halfway through, right? Good things are just getting started. To that end, that was the tee up. I want to let y'all know that we will be rolling out some nation builder stuff soon, over the next week or two. We had a couple setbacks, but Carter and Nick Hearn, the guy we brought on staff to be our CRM specialist, and I have been working to tee up giving y'all access to Nation Builder. We have group lists put together that you can access. We're working on permission sets. We have a couple of last I's to cross and T's to dot before we turn that loose. But we have sample scripts, we have the whole thing, and I'm going to be asking y'all to start working your districts. You hear me say this from time to time. The district representatives shall work to further the growth of the party. Like that's their job under the bylaws. And so I'm going to ask y'all to become a phone banking team. I don't know, it's some kind of compressor, it comes on and it goes on. We need to do some phone banking, and I hope y'all are excited about that. I hope y'all are not like, oh man, what does Andrew think he's doing, and I don't have time for this. You do have time, but you gotta make time for this. This is how we're gonna grow the party. We have a data set in Nation Builder that's really wonky. It's got a lot of garbage in it, and we pay by the record for contactable records. So as we are able to process these call lists, we'll be able to engage our actual supporters, and we'll be able to identify those that are got on there for the wrong reason, or they don't like us anymore, or whatever, and we'll be able to switch those guys off. We'll clean up our data. We are working on a tag list and being able to partition our data. I think Billy Pierce is on deck with some ideas for market segmentation and how we can be more effective at reaching people on the issues that they're interested in. It's going to be fun. It's going to be challenging. It'll be a little bumpy at first as we kind of figure it out, but it's going to be fun. And what's going to be more fun is watching the party grow, right? And this is the only way we're going to get done. So look for that over the next couple of weeks as we get ready to launch that. And then trust me, I'll be working with each one of you individually, like answering questions or, you know, whatever it takes to get this thing going. Finally, on the lawsuit, I don't want to talk a lot about that, you know, as far as I just want to let y'all know kind of where we are. I gave a deposition to the state on, whatever, it was like March 17th or 18th. It was in March. I remember that. And since then, they filed their motion for summary judgment a couple weeks ago. Jared, our lawyer, and I talked about whether to file a motion for summary judgment on our own or whether to just come back and reply to theirs with our argument. That's what we're going to do. We got an extension. We have until the end of this month to reply. Short version is that the state's argument is convoluted and weird. Kind of, I said at the hearing, it puts me in mind of like a hall of mirrors, because the perspective changes depending on which way you're facing, and it's just weird. But we think we've got a good argument that can distinguish some of the Fifth Circuit law. That's part of the problem. Like, the Fifth Circuit is not a friend. They tend to be institutional heavy, you know, just kind of, this is the way we do it, and it's, you know, tough. But we think we've got a good argument. It's good at distinguishing some of the case law. I will keep you posted on that as we go. For any of you legal nerds that are more interested in some of the details, let's get together on the side or in a small Zoom call or something. We can dig into the details. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions, or do I have any time left? Julie, do I have any time left? No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You do have time.
Yes, you do have time.
In your opinion, the tens of thousands of dollars that our donors have spent suing the state over the past several years, do you think that added or applied pressure to kind of prep the Senate and the House, if you will, for the bill that we've got out of committee now? Do you think that was, I guess overall, I'm asking myself this, and I'm asking all of you this, and our donors, was that wise for us to go that route? Did we apply the pressure? Did that actually help get us to the point we're at now and make them realize that we're not going away, we're going to continue to sue you until you treat us fairly and help us pilot KPIs?
I would like to think that. Let me ask, because I don't know if the legislators even know that this is going on. You know, like I really don't know from the radar. Mr. Hale, yeah, what do you know about that?
I would say that the Secretary of State's office has communicated the fact that there's 3 lawsuits around the filing fees. And I think that was very helpful to Rep. Shaheen, because those conversations did not happen in the committee. They happened behind the doors. And I think he dug in deeper than the rest of them, because the rest of them just took party line votes. But Shaheen, to his credit, looked deeper, and I think he made a call to the Secretary of State's office, and that's why we got a hearing and a vote, and he broke lane. So yes, I know it was a lot of damn money, and it's been a long fucking haul, because we've been doing this for what, 6 years now, almost? But, I mean, if we had filed the bill to fix it when we started, we would have a very much good idea if that was then that the fact that we haven't gone away also is, you know, continuously, they're not going away.
Part of the problem on this is the moving the goalposts. I mean, they've taken 3 swings now to, it's not metaphors there, but they've taken 3 shots at us now, and so they keep changing the ground, so we keep coming back and having to make new arguments.
Yeah, we're changing the ground this time.
They're spending our money to fight us, so, you know, big deal. But check with me again in a couple of months, we get a ruling on the summary judgment, because if we, you know, now, I don't know what you guys know about law, summary judgment, state is basically suggesting to the judge that there is no issue of fact to be decided, the judge can just settle it now in their favor. We don't have to prove that we would win, we just have to prove that it's not that obvious. So, and that's where I just want to make it clear that there is no win in the near future. We have to beat the summary judgment, we have to go to trial, we have to win there. The state will never give up, they will appeal it to the Fifth Circuit, they will appeal it to the Supreme Court. It will be a long time before relief happens on this front. So I'm grateful to Jared Law for working very hard on this, for not but a fraction of what he would be charging.
I've got Clark and then Billy.
We're over time, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna need a time extension or else we'll move on.
You have 15 minutes, right?
No, 10.
Yeah, it's all 10.
For 5 minutes.
Second.
Got a motion to extend for 5 minutes and a second. Is there any objection? Okay, that goes. So we got 5 more minutes.
Clark.
Okay.
Yeah, this question comes from ignorance. You know, in most legislation, there's interest groups and somebody benefits, somebody loses for any piece of legislation. Who benefits from the LP? What, we get 2%, maybe 3% in some races? Who is benefiting from all that? Maybe Kevin would know the answer. I fail to see who benefits from a party that gets 3% on a 4% maybe. Who's behind keeping us down?
Okay, hang on just a second. Yeah, well, the Republicans, I mean, like that, that's the thing. The thing about the Polymeers, like their argument, a lot of this goes to like same but different. How are we the same as major parties? How are we different from major parties? And the state has a convenient way of adopting whichever argument suits their purpose without really trying to be logically consistent or fair. So while they're making legal fine points, they are, at the end of the day, their argument is crap, and it's a bald-faced power play. Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Like it is seriously, there are Republicans, and we had a representative say that in his office. I mean, basically, words to that effect. You know,
Yeah, they don't want us on the ballot.
the Republicans do not want us on the ballot, and that's it. Anything they can do to make our life more complicated is fair game. Yes, sir. Mr. Weather.
So I just want to clarify the question.
It was not, Billy was next.
He asked, who benefits from us not being on the ballot? Is that the
Well, who
question?
benefits from this legislation? Like, who benefits from us paying filing fees, you know?
Okay, well, so if you watch the website videos on what was being said, one of the things that was said was that, you know, there was a time when we were gaining momentum before they started doing this. So the Republicans look at that and they say, oh, they're going to pull, and the Democrats feel the same way. Most of them do. Is that if we are a third party running, we're gonna pull votes from them, and so they benefit by putting this blockade up. It's where the benefit for them is, and that's the question being asked. That's how they look at it.
Yeah, I mean, the more, any chance they have to throw sand in our gears, we need to expect it. It's not a fair fight. It's only fair it's only fair in the same way like a UFC match is fair, but you're gonna do whatever you can get away with to win.
All right, I see Billy stepped away. He had a question. Next was Austin.
And then Joe's over here too.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't see you.
So I just have a quick question. What happens to the legislation that's currently in play right now if we do accept the summary judgment, or if we don't contest it? Is that going to help? Like, this needs to go to the Senate, right? So if there is a summary judgment, is that something that's going to be used to be like, well, the Senate doesn't have to hear us now, but
It's a timing question, and the summary judgment is, even if we beat the summary judgment, it's still in play. Nothing's going to get decided until after session is over. So if in an alternate universe, if we won this case during the legislature, that would move the issue. I mean, the judge would be saying they have to do this, they have to make it right. But that's not going to happen. It may not happen before 27. Like, it just.
Well,
welcome to the post-COVID world.
Okay, yeah, Billy's back.
Oh,
Are you good? Okay, all right, Joe.
Just to be clear, Austin, I wasn't sure the summary judgment is something they file. So if we don't need it, it moves us.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that would just motivate, I mean, it could motivate some of the senators or representatives to say, okay, we already need a court, drop this stuff. But they know these guys have been playing this game a long time. They know this is a long-term game. And like you said, they keep moving the goalposts. They make it a game of whack-a-mole to burn through our money.
Yes.
It is a plan that I have heard them admit behind closed doors. If they burn our funds by then, we have no funds to win elections. And to answer Clark's question, Chase Oliver in Georgia. I mean, if you haven't, if you've never read about the Kingmaker strategy, this party would do well to follow that until we gain enough size to do anything else. In this day and time, we want to be thankful how at each other's throats this country is. If you come upon races where it's 49-49, I'm licking my chops, man, because 2.1% and we flip the script on these bitches. So when we start interrupting these elections, they get scared. And that's exactly what's happening in Texas. That's why the Republicans are trying to keep us down. So we use that, you know, make the king and keep rolling until we get big enough.
I'm going to turn it over. I just want to make sure, like, we're not going to get a decision on the summary judgment. Like, we won't file our reply until like 3 days before the end of the session.
So you were saying that you weren't sure which way you're going to be going with your reply for that. So I was just saying maybe make your reply to stick it to them. This is.
All right, Ms. Vice Chair.
Can you zoom in?
Y'all hear me all right? All right. Okay. All right, not a whole lot on my report this quarter as far as staff and officer activities. Attended the 2 trainings that we had back in February, so thanks to the campaign support and affiliate support departments for putting on the political leadership school training and the candidate campaign training. I also tabled and represented LP Texas at the El Gallo show. That was in Cleveland, Texas. That's in Liberty County, which is now affiliated. It wasn't at that point, but I live in Montgomery County right next door, so I went and did that and did some education for the Game Foul community on a couple of bills that are in the legislature that they wanted to be up to speed on. Participated in the interview panel for Ms. Kate Prather, who is now our development director for LP Texas. And then started working with Kevin and Anastasia in the legislative department on HB 4309, which incidentally was the one that we just were in Austin on Wednesday, but I walked in HD 15 to gather signatures for Representative Toth, who sits on that committee, and also created a petition to Nation Builder and did an online petition to try to gather things, sent that on socials, on some of the Montgomery County socials and things like that. I've met with the chairs of the board of Democratic parties in Montgomery County to get them on board, trying to get their people in HD 15 to hit up Toth as well and gather signatures. And then I sent emails to the chairs of the board of the Green parties to try to get them on board as well, just because, you know, obviously the Green Party has ballot access, Forward Party eventually, you know, if they've got ballot access, this is going to mean something to them too. So that was the deal with 4309, and then of course I testified on Wednesday in Austin on that one. And thanks to all of Kevin's efforts, that did pass out of committee. So I won't steal legislative thunder. We'll talk more about that later. I did also, for the legislative department, drafted a blog post for SB 3 that was put onto the website. That was the Reefer Madness piece. And then I created a vote tracker just for, so we can start tracking how certain things are voted on the House and Senate floor, see who our friendlies are, and just basically start kind of
creating a database of people that we can tap into, like a UC or someone like that who is going to be sympathetic to our causes. As far as affiliate and candidate support, donated to all of our candidates. So Ryan Woodcraft, Chris Baker, Eric Zittiker, Scott Ford all got donations. I wasn't able to get out and walk with everyone as much as I wanted to, but I did volunteer for the reverse candidate forum that was put on by Libertarian Party of Harris County. Kudos to Billy Pierce, who did a phenomenal job facilitating that as the moderator. And then also went to Liberty Brunch for Harris County, and then participated in an interview for chair of Jefferson County, which I think I'll let Jacob speak to that. And then as far as like what I've got coming up next, just going to continue to support Kevin and Anastasia for whatever you guys need for the remainder of the legislative session. So if you need me to testify, you know, write something up or whatever, update the vote tracker, just let me know. And then we'll be kicking off efforts with the policy committee. So last quarter, we approved the policy committee. We solicited volunteers. We made some motions and everything. So we've got the policy committee set. So now that the campaign season is over, because Carter has been campaign manager for Chris Baker, so he'll have a little bit more bandwidth now. So we will be starting off that policy committee soon now that the campaign season is going to be on a hiatus at least anyway. Okay, and that is what I've got coming up. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Yes, you're still up.
You're still up for secretary.
Oh, yeah. Hello again. All right, Christy. Oh yeah, so this one's gonna be short and sweet. I'm just going to ask, for those of you who have read the secretary report, and I hope that's all of you, do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
I have a question, not about the report, but the secretary's duties. I'm wondering, is there an email list for SLEC members? Because we never get a notice that there's a vote on the forum. And I've missed some votes, and I think Clark has also. And shouldn't the email go to slack@lptexas.org and say, hey, there's a vote on the forum. Please, members, go to the forum and vote.
I will ask the secretary about that. There are ways that you can turn on notifications. I get an email every single time something is posted on the forum. I try to post something in the SLEC Discord channel with a link to the forum anytime there is a motion or a vote. And I'm not always perfect about that, so I'll try to be better there. But there is an element of responsibility for SLEC members to be reviewing the forum and the Discord, but I will ask Christy if she's got like a Google, Austin, you might know the answer to this question. Do we have like a Google group that includes all of the SLEC members?
There is an all SLEC email address.
There is an all
SLEC
at LP Texas, okay. All right, so we'll just need to make sure that we maintain that as members are added and removed and everything, and then, okay, I'll ask Christy if we can, or she and I can tag team that to send an email.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what you said, like I think a better solution, the forum sends out email notifications. So anybody who's depending on email, we just ask somebody to help you get your notifications set up right. And then the other side of that is that thanks to a bot that Austin or Kyle or somebody set up, if you're on Discord at all, then it also, every time somebody posts something on the forum, it notifies the Discord bot, and if you have your notifications set up there, you'll get the double whammy. You'll get an email and you'll get a Discord notification that somebody has posted on the forum. So.
Jack?
I do have this one suggestion. One of the things that I did from the start of this, not that I was good at it then, but better now, is I have a 5 o'clock reminder on my calendar, on my phone, that tells me to go check the forum every evening, and so that way I can go look and see. And then all I gotta do is look, are there any numbers in the deal that shows there's something new there. Once I see that, I go to the forum Because it notifies me on Discord, and then I can go to the forum and see it. But I get the emails as well. So it's probably just glitching your email setup.
Yeah, and on that note, if anyone needs help setting up your email notifications on the forum, I'm happy to walk you through that.
Ask the staff.
Oh, yes. You can ask, yes. Any other questions? All right. You'll only have to hear from me 2 more times, okay? I promise. Halfway there.
It would probably be easier if you guys pulled up the treasurer's report on your laptops or devices where you can see it, because this is.
Sharing the screen.
Yes, yeah.
It's on Ignite. It's on Ignite, right. I mean, if you don't have access to Ignite, I don't know.
Or you can log into YouTube, like and subscribe.
Nice connection. So, okay, so what I'd like to do today, can we scroll down to the notes? So you'll notice that I kind of do a little bit of a mix thing here because we're not really GAAP compliant yet on accounting stuff. And I'm going to need some money from you guys to be able to do that, but because things have been tight, I haven't felt like it has been yet an appropriate time to do that. But you'll find that what I typically do here, this is the meat. When you see an 8-page report, if you're like me and you're prepping at 11 p.m. at night, the night before a select meeting, this is where you go. If you get into this area, this is the must know, need to know. If you don't look at anything else, you're just not a numbers person, this is where you go. So I separated it into two sets of notes here. We've got budget notes, which is basically things that I think you guys need to be aware of vis-a-vis the budget itself. Financial notes are actually a thing that gets put in with balance sheets and income statements when companies release their quarterlies. Some things are required by law if they're publicly traded companies, these types of things. So these financial notes that you see, you should see an exact copy of those at the bottom of any released. Am I already up?
No, you're good.
Income statement or at the bottom of the balance sheet. So you should see an exact copy of those. If what you see at the bottom of the balance sheet and income statement is not an exact copy of that, I screwed up somewhere. And sometimes that happens because I'll make my notes and think everything's finalized and start printing it out and find that it's not. So just to go over this, before I go back over the numbers, and I want to kind of walk you guys through where we're at financially. When you're evaluating these numbers, because I tend to forget that most people aren't accountants, and a lot of people actually hate math. I don't understand you people, but so like when you're evaluating these numbers, you're like, it's my job to be responsible for the donor's money, and we got to vote on how to spend it and how to adjust the budget and all of this. When you're looking at these two columns, normally I only give quarterly reports. I would love to be able to give monthlies, but our book system is the extra time that would take is not something I'm willing to give right now. But I at least got us going good on quarterlies. We had enough time this time, and we were late enough on the books that we went ahead and included April's books and got those finalized as well. I haven't reconciled the bank statements because to do that, you actually have to have bank statements, and they didn't come out until today. So, but that's neither here nor there. So when you're evaluating this, you've got two columns here. Normally, you're going to have like the second quarter column, and then you're going to also have the first quarter column, so you can kind of see how we're progressing. In this case, you've got the March 31st column, which is your quarterly report, and then you've got April 30th column, which it basically means from January 1st through March, here are our numbers. The next column in April is January through April. So the first column is your first 3 months worth of money. Second one is your first 4 months, which translates to 25% of the year and 33% of the year. So if you're looking at a budget number, let's say we planned on raising $100,000 of membership money. If at March 31st, we haven't raised $25,000, we're not hitting the percentage we need to be at for the year. Now, and there may be various reasons for that. And we're going to get to that when it comes to legislative action department. Because like if you look at theirs right now, you're like, you done spent all your money. Well, yeah, it's over in like a month. So their year is not a calendar year. Their year is January 15th through June 15th. So you have to take these things into consideration. You have to understand the nuance, and there's more to the story. It's not straightforward. What we do is nowhere near a straightforward accounting situation. So when I see things like that that can help you guys understand, I'm going to put notes in there. And if any of you have a hard time tracking, because I personally, this is an opinion only, I personally feel like your most important job here on Select is to spend the money the donors charge us with wisely, not blow it, not do stupid stuff with it. Spend it the way you think it ought to be spent, the way you think the donors want you to spend that money. And you can't do that if you're not fully informed on the numbers. So if you don't understand something, please reach out to me, because you may highlight something for me where I'm like, oh shit, probably half the room doesn't get that, and I need to start including a note to advise people on that to make it simpler and easier for non-math folks or people just who don't like accounting to be able to get it and digest it easily. So when you're looking at this, on our expenses, there's no hot spots to report on this budget. We are well under budget on expenses. We always do well on expenses. We rarely, if ever, go over budget, and when we do, it's barely. And we tend to kind of save our ass financially when we get to the end of a year, and we never hit our income numbers, but we also never spend all of the money that we budgeted. So it ends up kind of being a wash. Right now for this quarter, it's not a wash. Like, we're well under the expenses, but we're even further under on the income. And in all aspects, every single line item on income is short. Understand, we're going to have a serious shortfall of money at the end of this year if this party doesn't ramp up its fundraising efforts on all levels. So that's my alarm. So just keep that in mind. I'm not really ringing huge alarm bells, because we've got 200K or 190K in assets, got a lot of cash on hand in the various bank accounts. But like any decent human being with a budget, you don't want to drain that if you don't have to. Like, we want to be building that. But we want to be doing things for the party. I'm still of the mind that we have money to spend. I'm not saying rein it in. I'm just saying, if you're going to spend it, find some income to counteract it. We don't need to be out there looking like the federal government, right? Like, we're supposed to be leading the way and setting the example. So I'm going to go back and review the numbers in a second, but you'll notice under financial notes, because I do reports a little, Kate kind of kept us more, when she was treasurer, kept us more up to date. Like, she would bring in the numbers like right before the meeting. And because I do things on a quarterly basis, there's more lag there. So by the time we get to the meeting, another month has gone by, and under Kate's treasurer, you would get to see that in the report. It was a little frustrating for me because it was made it kind of hard to compare time frames, but the benefit of that was that you were up to date. You knew right then. And that's something I haven't really been giving you guys. So I've decided to start making some notes to and I started this on the last cycle, to kind of give you okay, here's exactly where we are right before the meeting, so you understand this is how much the books you're looking at have changed since that end date on the books. So like you see on the general fund, as of April 30th, our balance is $75,856. That's our main account. It's significantly down below where it was, even 6 months ago, but still 75K. And when we're running a budget of, 120K a year, and that's 3/4 of a year of budget if we didn't raise a single dime. So we're not doing bad on that asset. The number two one, and I'm going to get into this more in a second, but the Legislative Action Fund there's a bit of an issue here, and we're going to go over that a little deeper here in a minute. But it's I'm sure several of you are already aware of this, but as of May 1st, the balance is $339 in that Legislative Action Fund account. However, all headquarters expenses are paid through the end of session, through June 15th. So that big line item, there's no more bills coming on that. That's done, that's paid. And Kevin, staff compensation, was paid through April 30th. I made sure I've gotten him, probably the first time I've ever paid you the same day you said it. But I wanted to get that done. Plus I was using that as an accounting experiment, because while I and Andrew talked years ago about having more of these dedicated funds to fund our stuff, to give our donors more control of where they spend their money, it makes it harder on the accountant. And then you guys decided to take it to another level and be like, yo, we're going to split this whole department up, and some of it's going to come from the general, and some of it's going to come from the accountant, and screw our accountant. So so with that, like when I have to pay him now I've got to make multiple transfers out of different accounts. His paycheck and reimbursements aren't all coming in one. And in the meantime, I've had to make transfers between accounts to make adjusting journal entries to get all, it's a nightmare. I don't mind doing it, but we as a group have to be more clear about that stuff when we set a budget, and we need to stick to that. And when we raise line items, our motions need to be extremely clear. And I'm not picking on Anastasia here. She's been doing this a long time, and I hear that she's doing a bang-up job in her department. I hear Kevin's doing a badass job. I'm pissed at myself because I have to hear these things because I'm too busy with my own life to get involved as much as I have been in the past year. So I apologize to your department. I should be down there beating ass with you guys. I just haven't had the time. My family life off the rails at times. So I appreciate all of that, but I have a major complaint about the way these motions, when we can go 4 months and have 4 or 5 motions in the same department and it's going back and forth and the wording's not great, that's not cool. We need to be more clear about that. And right now there's an issue because I can't interpret the motion on what I'm allowed to spend in a way that makes me feel comfortable with the fact that I'm criminally liable for my fiduciary responsibilities. And so that's where we are. You said how much? 15 seconds. Shit, I don't know.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, it's fine.
Second.
Any objections?
Yes. I want to make it 10.
I'll second it for 10.
Motion to amend to 10. We have a second for a motion to extend to 10. Is there any objection to amending the motion? Okay, so so the motion is now to extend for 10. Any objection to that? Hearing none, motion to extend to 10.
Andrew, can we remind people to turn off their ringers?
Yes.
It's not
Yes,
just.
please turn off your ringers. It's so rude to be interrupted by someone's phone when you're giving a presentation up here, guys. Come on, man.
It's not just you.
Yeah, no. All right, so can you scroll back up to the top? So you're good. Fine, sorry.
It's a long day to get my mouth off. Somebody else, my tractor.
If it's an HDMI, I could do this with my laptop. To give you more ability to.
I'll go all the way.
Yes, all the way to the top. We're just going to scroll down and I'm going to walk everybody through what I see. So as I mentioned on the income, these are all of our income line items. General donations, unrestricted, which is basically anything that people give us that isn't dedicated to membership or one of the funds. Convention fundraising, thankfully we fixed that in the budget. We didn't track that in the budget this year because it shouldn't be. It needs to be separate. If we want to do a separate budget for that, we can do that and say this is how much we're going to raise. We can do that, but it needs to be outside of the main funds.
Well, it's fund, not fundraising.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But I think that's what it. I think I just copied.
Point of
Which is
order.
fun.
Is this projector focused? It doesn't look very focused to me.
I thought it was hangover.
As it could.
I really did. I was like, I don't want to say anything.
It was mentioned from the beginning that the quality of the projector.
Hey man, if you want to try it, bro, I would.
Somebody said something about, we just didn't have anything up to focus.
This is cutting into the 10 minutes.
While he's doing that.
Okay, that is it.
I'm adjusting.
There's two adjustments there.
I did move.
Like a sucker.
Sorry, guys. I got you. Dry throat. So you can see all of our income accounts, and what I mentioned before, if you look, so we budgeted for $124,000 of total income. If you look at the total column, 25% of that is what, 31,000, something like that. 25% is 31 grand. So if you look at March 31st, our total ought to be 31 grand. It's 18. That's not good. What makes that even worse is the fact that 8,000 of that 18 is legislative action fund. So if you were to take that out, we really aren't hitting our numbers overall. So we got to do something to get them up. I'm just ringing a warning bell. It can get a lot worse if we don't fix that. Going down through expenses, let's just scroll down. Like I said, I didn't see any real hot spots to worry about. I think
The only thing I could think, and of course, I'll take the questions. Go ahead, if you've got a question now.
Just get in line.
Yeah, Jack, and then we got Coogan, and then Kate.
Okay, so.
Yeah, scroll on, scroll, can you scroll? Let me look at something. I don't think there was do you remember, I feel like there was one thing we were gonna point out when you and I talked, but I don't remember now.
It was 2 days ago, who knows?
Exactly. I thought I could remember that far. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. One thing I want to clarify, I would like to, and Carter and I didn't really get to finish this discussion on the forum, but I would like to make a motion today to clarify a motion that was made at the last meeting. There's some disagreement over whether or not I was given the authority to pull out of the general fund to accommodate the legislative action fund. I am very much in disagreement with the wording of the motion that you guys passed when I couldn't make the meeting. I've been told by multiple people what the intent of the room was, but my plain reading, if a college-educated stranger that wasn't at the meeting can read that motion and not get remotely close what the intent supposedly was, I don't think anybody that would be judging me in a court would pick up on the intent either. So I would just like to make a clarifying motion. I think it's going to be very, very simple. Anastasia needs money to cover this because we haven't been able to raise the funds, so we need 10 grand. Some folks feel like that was already approved in the last meeting. I do not. I'm the one that is criminally liable, so my statement to Carter last night was I'm not spending out of the general fund until I get a more clear direction from this body that that's what they want to do, or a direct directive from the chair, email in my back pocket, cover my ass sort of thing that says I can do that. I'm just not comfortable with that. And it's easy as hell to make a motion to get this done. Pull 10 grand from the general fund, transfer it over into the legislative action fund, authorizing me to spend that money, and that's it. We can make a simple motion, get it done, and we can do it whenever. I don't have a problem with that.
Wording, if we're doing it now.
Well, but can we take it about the new business or how did you want to do it? Guys, I apologize. I should have cleared this.
During the lunch recess, we'll figure out how to handle this procedurally in the afternoon to get it done.
Yeah, we'll come back to it because I need to talk with a few people to make sure, because I would like to workshop the wording of it so that it'll fly through and not waste any more of anybody's time. So with that,
We got time.
Questions?
No, you got time. You got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, President, I want to just address stay with me because I've actually addressed this on the forum. I am one of the ones that believes, as a matter of the interpretation of the chair is that it was our intention in February simply to raise the amount that had already been budgeted and authorized. And we may not have used the magic words, but we were just changing an amount from one number to another. The number was budgeted and authorized. We were simply changing the number and doing a little moving with the accounts. Now, that said, I agree with Joe that the best way to solve this problem right now is to just pass a simple motion that clarifies that we're all agreed that this is what we're doing or what we did or what we want to do. And note to policy committee members, please, I would like to go on record right now as saying I will be very vocal about this in the policy part of our deal. I think this whole budget and authorization thing that somebody came up with is silly, distracting, the root of many misunderstandings. If it's in the budget, that's supposed to be your permission to spend it.
Right.
If you don't want to let the people spend it, don't put it in the budget.
Right.
But to have this weird thing where it's like a Texas two-step to be able to spend the money, but I don't know. I mean, we have a budget, but I don't know.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
While I agree with your sentiments,
Yes.
you're debating a motion that's not currently on the floor.
Okay, we do have
Not
a few.
really. I'll accept the fact that I'm wasting time, but I just wanted to get that out in front of everybody.
Yeah, they're on the queue, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the current existing time, 10 minutes for the Q&A period for this.
You still got what time left?
No, you've got about 3.
We have a motion to
Second.
extend for 10. We have a second. Does anybody
Q&A
object?
that
We're ahead of time. I mean, does anybody object? We're 10 minutes. No objection, 10 more minutes.
Okay, so real quickly.
I'll take my time for the Q&A.
Yeah.
Joe, I appreciate the work you've done, but I have some questions about all of that. even from previous events.
Do you mind if I wrap up this?
Yes, I do.
That you used to,
Because this is great time, and it's been very well. I apologize.
No, sir, it's not. I'm still in my report.
No, we moved.
No, he still has report time.
Yeah, he still has report.
He still has 2.5 minutes.
Not to be rude, but this
I
is,
apologize.
But you're
it's
first
important to
up.
wrap this up real quick. You're first, I'm gonna get right to you. So, the important thing to note here is, you'll see like in our IT department, I noted all from the general fund. That means every single line item is authorized to be spent out of the general fund. Where you have a department that doesn't have that, you will see on each of the line items, like in the legislative action department, analytics and support comes from the general fund. That's what I meant. When I reimburse Kevin for parking, that money has to come out of this bank account. When I pay Kevin for his hard work, it comes out of a different bank account. So that has to be kept straight, right? So when Andrew mentioned that he thought it was pretty clear the intent was to raise the line items, I have no debate with that. I agree with him entirely. What was unclear for me was when the legislative action fund bank balance dips down to 0 and I have no more money to pay Kevin, where do I go to get that money? And my contention is that the last motion wasn't clear that I could dip into the general fund and to what extent I could dip into the general fund to pay up to the 16,000 amount. So that's the part I need clarification on. I think we're all straight on the actual numbers. We're all straight on these numbers. There's no confusion there. It's to what extent can I go into the general fund? And I just want clarification on that. We'll tackle that later. Did you?
I was gonna say, I think the motion said that basically it would be after the legislative action fund was exhausted.
No, that's not. I'll show you the wording. Anyway, so let's go to Q&A, Jack.
Yeah. So I'm going to be a bit critical here. I don't want you to take it personal, but it may be because of my own confusion about how things work. But I thought what I understood you to say was that you were operating basically a quarter behind on this in terms of
No, not a full quarter. Like your quarterly reports in every 3 months. So the quarterly report ends March 31st, but it's May 3rd.
Yeah, okay.
So you're looking at numbers that are already a month and 3 days old.
Yeah, and so my question is, my issue is I haven't had any time to review any of this ahead of time for the meeting.
And that is on me.
And I'm wondering, you have a bookkeeper, so you have some help. I would be thinking, I'm just judging this based on other environments that I've been in where that information is basically kept up to date, and it's a matter of creating a report and getting that out. Am I confused about how that operates?
No, you're not. It is entirely my fault. It was my intent when I took this position to be able to get you guys the data 10 days.
I'll give you some grace.
10 days ahead of time, and I flat failed in that, guys.
Okay.
I failed myself. It just is what it is.
Thank you.
Can I add just a tiny bit to that? It's a treasurer's prerogative. There's nothing in the policy that states that he must report in a certain way.
Right. And while that's very, very true, I take my fiduciary responsibility duty seriously, and the reality is you're failing that if you give the people that do this a day or a day and a half to look at the numbers before they have to vote on that shit. I wouldn't accept that if I were sitting in your shoes. So again, you have my apologies, and I will work to do better. I will say the one thing that held me up was the abundant changes to the budget, recategorizations. I agree with all of that, mind you. I think it needed rearranging. But when you have to do that in QuickBooks, it's not as simple as just grabbing this and moving this here. It is a freaking nightmare. That took a minimum of 15 hours just to get the names of the line item accounts and where they're nested so that the totals on the financial reports come out looking right.
We got 6 in queue, guys.
The rest of that is we talked about before about audit and self-audit.
That's still coming.
What has happened with that?
Well, that's going to require money. And I haven't been comfortable with asking for money given our financial situation right now, but also,
we'll talk about that offline.
But also, and you need to be aware of this, this is a good time to, if you know a donor to LP Texas that owns their own small accounting firm or that works for a big one like Deloitte and Touche, I don't even know anymore. A lot of them go down for corruption and shit. But so anyway, if you know somebody, I need them. QuickBooks is so bad that I can't undo a bank reconciliation that I did. I can't delete it without the permission of my accountant. You need the accounting version of the software. So I'm like, yo, I'll try this. I'll go spend the extra $100 for the month, get the accounting version. They're like, okay, send us a copy of your CPA and your DBA And I'm like, are you kidding me? So now I gotta go find an accountant willing to spend 5 minutes to log into our system because he gets the delete button and I don't, just to delete a bank rec so I can perform it again. QuickBooks, I want to get rid of QuickBooks, but I haven't had the time to do the evaluation. I'm not gonna ask you to change software to something I'm not certain is the right software, but I will be asking you before my term's out, if it kills me, to get us off of QuickBooks. All right, I had to trick them. They don't even have a batch delete. When I have to delete 100 transactions that are errantly in there, I have to do them one at a time. She sat there with me for hours and we're delete. Yes, I want to delete it. Are you sure? Yes. Next transaction, delete. To get a batch delete, I have to upgrade the program to $200 a month instead of $100 a month. And then when I do that to get the batch delete done, and I want to downgrade the program, you hit the button to downgrade. Oh, you got to call us. The last time I called them, they gave me a web page to do this shit. So now I've got it down. And anyway, it's a whole.
We gotta go.
Go.
All right, we got Coogan, then Kate, then Jacob, then Amanda, then Joe Roberts, then Scott. Coogan.
Yeah. April 30th number. How close to April 30th? I know some states are going to 2,000 donations into.
I'm doing the best I can.
Yes, you did, but that donation does not come through the books until it comes through our bank.
Okay.
And there's a delay. Someone gives us a donation, it does not happen immediately. That 2,000 in your ask is not in these books. It won't be in until May's books.
Okay. That's fine.
Right.
I actually clarify.
Sure.
The other clarification is to keep saying we have $189,000 in the bank. I would suggest that is not true. We have $75,000 in general fund. We got $69,414 in convention fund, which is relevant later.
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but there is no denying that as of March 31st, we have $200,000 in assets. Those are legit assets. What the point you're trying to make is we don't have to.
We can't touch any of them.
Well, we can't, but we can do anything we want. If you read the policy manual, we get a big enough vote, we can go party with all this money, and we got to face our donors in convention.
Yeah, we can do anything that's legal with that.
Right. So, but yes, it's an important distinction. You're right. There's 70 grand sitting there in the convention account we're not supposed to touch except for convention.
I mean, you can take 6 months ago when we stood up there and said, we have $225,000, and we really don't.
I disagree. We do. We can tap into that convention fund right now, and in 5 minutes, if everybody agrees, we can move 30 grand of that back in the general fund in a heartbeat. We can.
Q&A.
Okay.
All right. Kate. Actually, my question has already been answered. I appreciate it. Move forward. Jacob.
I know Coogan touched on it. I just want to make sure the actual number in the convention fund is 69,414. Is that correct?
That would have been, yes, yeah, because that has been that way.
It would have changed.
Right, 6 months. I don't think that number has changed since July of last year.
I just wanted to check it out before having the voting on the convention.
It changes once a year because of like maybe $2 in interest.
We may be getting interest, yeah, and some of our accounts get interest monthly, some quarterly. I haven't tackled that. It's a pittance anyway.
Amanda.
Just to kind of piggyback off of Jacob with the vote that we have today, I know that it was in our report previously and I forgot to look. Can somebody tell me how much the convention raised last year?
Okay. I'll do this. To speed things up, where would you like it? I'll go pool.
I don't care. I just needed it because I don't have my computer with me.
You guys like it on Discord? Yeah. Select Discord. Will that work for everybody?
Yes.
And here in a minute, I'll pull the relevant reports that will affect this vote on convention here in a minute. That way you'll have them immediately able to review.
Joe Roberts. Okay. All right. Scott.
Withdrawal.
Billy.
Great. Mr. Treasurer, fine report. Thank you for your work. You mentioned the lag or hinted at insufficiency of our fundraising or revenue generation based on what month of our year it is. That is, if I'm not misunderstanding, that's based on a straight linear, total budgeted revenue divided by 12 months, straight line.
Right.
And that can be misleading or confusing in any organization, any business that doesn't operate off of linear revenue, and almost no business does. And so, in previous years, what I would like for us to and you may not have an answer to this off the top of your head, but I would like for us to look at month by month or quarter by quarter, based on the year in the election cycle. Do we typically have a big first quarter and a skinny second quarter? What our sort of a typical trend is as it relates to the election cycle year?
Sure. I've already done some digging on my part for that. Part of the problem is because we change these groupings every couple of years to get easily comparable stuff where you can draw some solid conclusions, it's not worth the effort. But I mean, if you guys want to see something like that, I can try to cobble something together, but it will be opinion based. Like, you can't take that report and go, this is exactly correct. We're going to hold birds to
There's going to be some nuance in there. If we just generally have a model that says in gubernatorial years,
we spike in April, we fall in August.
By quarter would be my suggestion.
Fair enough.
All right, we have a big Q1, a skinny Q2, a dead Q3, and a giant Q4. Sure. Whatever the thing is, whatever that pattern is.
Let's get together, if you could, kind of give me some lead on, because when you analyze this stuff, it's up to you how you look at it, monthly, quarterly, yearly.
I did that already. I've already done that for the last 3 years.
Our bookkeeper,
so
everyone.
Yes, because we it did from big night from last time.
Okay. Let's pull it and see if we can go deeper.
Now, I think it would be valuable for us to work together to sort out what this typical historic pattern has been between development and the Treasury, so that when we give your reports, we can give this information in context.
In context, right.
I would agree with that.
I would agree with that. Thank you.
You will.
Sorry, Josh. I forgot.
More questions?
I didn't see anybody. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. At this point, we're good for a morning break. We'll recess for 15 minutes. It's 10:25 now, so we'll be back at 10:40.
Organization.
So first of all, absolutely, it is worth continuing to engage with them. They offer nonpartisan analysis, as I mentioned in my report, and if they can get another voice in there and balance that with the voices they're already getting, I don't see any way that it doesn't lend toward a more libertarian Texas.
Just for the edification of everybody, can you explain a little bit what the HRO is, what the House Research Organization is?
Okay, if you are on TLO, whenever you look at the bill and you go to the text, there's going to be a section that is specifically for the text of the bill, one for the fiscal note, one for something that I'm forgetting right now, and then the next one is analysis. They're the ones who write the analysis. And basically it's going to talk about what would result from the changes in the law. The bills that they specifically asked us about were tax related, which was our bread and butter. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. All right. I knew the answer. I wanted to hear more, and I wanted to hear more about the interaction. And if our input was received, do we know if our input is reflected on TLO?
I haven't gotten to see if our input has been incorporated, and when I sent them our thoughts on the bills that they sent us, I got a very neutral response, but honestly, I kind of expected as much, you know, like thank you very much, we'll take this into consideration. And considering they're trying to be nonpartisan, or they are nonpartisan, I wouldn't expect anything less. Susan.
So I have a special question for the county. Could you elaborate on the action button, kind of explain to me how does it work, what do they see on the legislative, and so I can send it to other people.
Who has the projector? So if you can go to legislative.lptexas.actnow, I think it is, or yeah, just the Act Now thing at the top. Scroll down, and we can just click on the top one. That's the one I published today. So this is what somebody's going to see. This is the actual action button, and when you click edit and send email, you're going to get the template that we drafted. You can personalize that if you want to, or you can just hit send. For this particular one, it's set up so that it's going to go to every single member of the calendars committee. You send one email, it goes to, I think, 11 people. Once our bill actually gets to the House floor, we're going to set it up so that when you click edit and send email, it's going to pick up who your rep actually is and send it directly to them as a constituent, which will mean that they are getting less contacts per representative, but they're getting them directly from constituents, which holds a lot more weight. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yes, sir.
Do we know that this is getting through to them?
Have you heard anything? I mean, we know that it's technologically getting through to them.
It's getting through to them.
Okay.
They do start recognizing it after a while, so they'll just.
Oh, there's another one.
There's another one.
Yeah. Which is part of why we've only done it for like 5 or 6 bills so far this session.
Right.
We don't want to abuse it because we want it to still have an impact.
It's going to be far more effective when we go from emails, phone calls. The phone calls is what's really going to get them motivated. I literally, and Defend the Guard literally, and you guys literally ran Philip Cortez out of his office last couple of weeks ago when we were trying to get that vote on Defend the Guard on the second subcommittee. I was standing there with a sign saying, give us a vote for Defend the Guard, so we all saw that post. But he was literally running out of that office because they've been blowing up the phones on them to get that vote. Now, Kepner's team is ignoring us. So you saw those that were with me when we went to see the clerk. The clerk ran out of there like there was a fire. She's had none. So I don't know what the bill's going to do in Defend the Guard, but the phone calls and the constant staying on top of them drives them nuts. And that is actually the emails they can delete, especially when they start recognizing them. Okay, that's not a big deal. But when you start making phone calls and they got to stop down and pick up that damn phone, that's far more effective. So when you see these, don't be afraid to just pick up the phone and call them too.
If you scroll down, so one of the things that I do is I list out everybody who is on the committee, and then I actually need to update this one for the calendar committee, but I put a call script down. So if you are a constituent of somebody on these committees, you have a call script, you can call them up, hey, I'm a constituent, you know, what is their position on this bill? Okay, I want them to support it, or something along those lines. It's personalized to whatever the bill is. And so hit edit and send email, and then check that list, see if you're a constituent, and send them that contact if you are. Any other questions? Yes, Clark.
You know, along the same lines, what is the proper approach when you're calling? Because, you know, Kevin, you mentioned, of course, phone calls are much more effective than emails. But, you know, after a while on any bill, you call the same people in the same office, sometimes you get voicemail, but you can leave. So I never know what, when is it too much? And
It's never too much. They work for us.
Okay, so
Call once
basically
a day.
so basically you go ahead and leave any voicemail? Should we go ahead and leave?
Yes, definitely leave a voicemail. They have to check that too.
Can you go over the protocol, like?
Leave a voicemail, call, I would say call them 3 times a day. Call them in the morning before you go to work, call them at night, and call them when you get off work.
Okay, that's all.
That's take his advice, he's down there.
Seriously, guys, we went to this training, on this legislative action training, and that was one of the main things they do to keep pressure on these guys is keep their damn phones ringing.
You know what, why don't you come up here, I know you've got a message for the body.
Because she was yielded.
It's true, guys, the phone calls, the petitions, one of the things we didn't get Wilson, I think we could have got Wilson on the elections committee, I really do. We were not gonna get Toph. He had decided he was not helping us. But Wilson, I think we could have got Wilson. I'm breaking ground with their gatekeeper. She's laughing with me now. But I wasn't in her office enough without the petitions. I have to have a reason to go in their office. Otherwise, I'm disrespecting their time and I'm not a friendly. So if I have something to do in there, then that's okay. Dropping off petitions, talking about our bill, getting the hell out. But if I'm not doing that for a whole month, then they don't know about the bill. But if I'm there every week with new petitions, building an environment around my bill that's positive, then they're gonna be more likely to talk to me and more likely to set a hearing. This is the problem we've had with Hughes on the Senate side. We're not putting enough pressure on them. We're just not. We've sent like 200 or 300 emails to state affairs over the last month. They can easily delete those. We need petitions. We need to put a lot of pressure on Hughes right now. We don't have to do any pressure on Hall, because we got 15 petitions and he was on board. That's all it took to get Hall, was 15 petitions. And just as a side note, if you want an election bill to pass the Senate, you have to have Hall, because they all defer to him. So let's get some pressure on Hughes. Make some freaking phone calls. Every one of us can call state affairs and say, hey, you got 2197 sitting there for over a month. Can we have a hearing? 4309 already passed out of the House committee. There's a reason to call right now. And call 3 times a day. Don't be afraid if you talk to the same person. Poor Jacob in Hefner's office. Everybody in freaking Defend the Guards know who Jacob is. We've been blowing him up all for weeks now, trying to get Hefner to do this bill. They're not going to do it until we do more pressure. But they're getting pressure on these people. We need to do the same. We went to this training to get trained on how to put pressure on these guys. By the way, they work for us. We need to remind them they work for us. Doing this petition drive on Hughes, making phone calls to Hughes is what we need to do right now, because our bill passed out in committee on the House side. We need to get the Senate ready so that all they have to do is match them up. We passed without an amendment. We didn't even get amended. So if we could do the same on the Senate, we get exactly what we wanted. Go ahead.
Does it matter that you're not his direct constituent?
No. Not right now. It's a committee, it's in the committee. Everybody in the state can call
He's my senator.
Okay, so you don't have to lie about not being.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
The only time that matters is when that thing goes to the floor. Then it needs to be just your.
Okay.
However, if you have ever run for office or you have considered running for office and the filing fee stopped you, mention that.
Yep. Let's put some pressure on the Senate. I want all of you to leave here, go talk to your people, and let's put some pressure on the Senate.
Kevin's gonna resend an email that I believe he's already sent to select members with the petitions and exactly what he's asking for there, so that we can take action as leaders of the party before the session is over and get that hearing and get this bill passed.
We could have got Wilson. I still think we can get Wilson. I think we can, at a minimum, get him to PMB, present not vote, when it gets to the floor. If we just get some pressure on him, hell, we might even flip him. We just haven't been in his face long enough. So, it's not me and Anastasia.
That is not the official timer.
Okay.
Anastasia and I are doing all we can, but to keep me in their offices, I need you guys. Gotta keep me in their office. I can't just walk in there with nothing. I gotta be able to drop something off. I gotta be able to say, hey, look, here's 100 petitions in favor of this bill that we need a hearing on. So that they feel comfortable making a hearing and getting the vote for it. We gotta make the environment around our bills such that they have to go hear it. And I've given these petitions in a way, I've written these petitions in a way that if they're against it, it's not gonna look pretty.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks. Any other questions? Amanda. Amanda. Never mind. Oh, I thought I saw it. If there are no more questions, one more thank you, both for the work you've already done and the work you're about to do. I see the rest of the time.
One quick comment. Mr. Polsky's next, coming up campaign support. Just wanted to say, from my point of view, watching Anastasia and Kevin work together as a team has been fantastic. Just the teamwork and the synergy that they get from each other and their work together has been amazing.
All right, I'm going to try and keep this short today. I'm fighting allergies. I'm going to save my voice for later today because there's another report being presented. So I'm hoping everybody read the report. So does anybody have any questions on the report? Jesse.
Not on the report, but just what is it looking like as far as like our campaign prospects, or candidate prospects rather, stacking up for 2026 election, particularly for our ballot access races?
Ted.
Yes.
You can speak on that.
Yes, as candidate coordinator. Yeah, I've been, that's in my mind. We have about 8 months until the filing deadline. The key is the governor's race and the Senate race are going to be the biggest offices in the whole country that are going to have libertarian candidates by virtue of our population and influence as Texas. So finding a governor candidate is going to be very difficult because, you know, not just anybody can run for governor. So the only person I've asked so far is Pat Nixon, and he's declined, unfortunately. We're not going to get Mark Tippett again, who was one of our fantastic.
Point of order. Is it appropriate to be discussing this stuff outside of executive session? Is this political strategy?
This is not really strategy.
I'm just asking. This is a question.
Yeah, not strategy. So anybody that has any suggestions about some of the statewide candidates, you know, for not only for governor, but for lieutenant governor, land commissioner, all the other positions, let me know. As for me, I'm still considering another Senate race, so that would be fun. So anyway, that's on the horizon. But that's not a ballot access race, but it is an important race, given how we need to be in opposition to the nastiness in Washington, D.C.
And just to touch a little bit more on that, we are going to be meeting later this month to start planning out that full strategy of who we're going after and stuff like that for next year. If there's no other questions, I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Jacob Bradley. Moving right along.
I put out my report. I'll kind of gloss over it. I hope most of y'all read it. After the last select meeting, we did have Defend the Guard come in and do some training for us, the leadership training. There were 40-ish people that came in. It was a really good turnout. Kevin, did you learn anything?
Oh, yeah.
Did it help you with anything?
Yes.
It's a success then. I'll take it. The affiliate team continues to make our chair calls. We're calling everybody once a month. There are still a couple of chairs, 5 to 6 chairs, that the affiliate team has not been able to get a hold of. It is going on a year that there's been no contact between them and the affiliate team, even though we're having multiple calls, or we've tried multiple times to reach out to them. Over the next week or so, I'm going to compile exactly which counties those are, and I'm going to reach out to their select reps to let them know. Maybe y'all will have a better chance of getting a hold of them, because hopefully they know you. Most of them don't know me. We've brought on 2 new members. Nathan Sims from Williamson County has been brought on as a liaison, and then Patrick Mitchell was brought in to replace Lisa, who had originally signed on for a historian type position, but it was filled. So when the historian position opened up, she moved over to that, and from what I've heard, she's been doing fantastic, which does not surprise me in the least. During the last select meeting, Chambers County was pending signing paperwork. The day after the select meeting, I believe the paperwork was signed. So Chambers County is now affiliated. That is up, look into the crowd. That's over by Joe, or Jesse.
That's sweet Christy
And then as of Thursday, the paperwork was signed off on in Jefferson County, which is kind of in the same area. It was also affiliated. So we have the 2 new ones, I believe, and it was signed Thursday late. I have not got time to post it, but it will be up this weekend with everything, with the maps and all that stuff. So that will be done this weekend. That brings us up to 58 affiliated counties. I believe that is 10 that we've affiliated since the last convention, 9 or 10. That's all I got. Anybody got any questions?
Got Billy, and then we got Joe.
Okay, Billy, what you got?
Hey, Billy Pierce, SD7. Thank you for the work that you've done. And thank you for submitting your report in a timely fashion. I did read it ahead of time. I take pretty serious umbrage with your report. Okay. I take pretty serious umbrage and have a pretty serious problem with your mention, your characterization of the training in Fredericksburg and the statement, interactions between them and DTG were great, minus 2 attendees that got into arguments with the trainers.
Correct.
I find that non-valuable, inaccurate, pejorative, and casting a negative light on members of the training or attendees of the training who had factual disagreements, methodology disagreements, or anything else with the people putting on the training. I found the training offensive, corrosive, wildly inaccurate, and that the staff didn't respond to questions about accuracy of the information that they were putting out, accuracy of the things that they were presenting as facts. And I found that at least during the first session, the advice that was being given was not sustainable nor good for the mental health of our volunteers. And so characterizing it as an argument instead of people who had constructive feedback or disagreements with, or objections to the content or delivery method, or another more neutral characterization of the interactions, I find to be unhelpful, and I'm not happy with it.
I will say to that point, there's a difference between disagreement and disrespect, and there was a couple of members who were in that training who were disrespectful.
Was the trainer respectful? Did the trainer advocate being respectful? Did the trainer advocate being respectful to anyone? Or did the trainer advocate staying angry for as long as possible, even if it ends in your divorce?
Okay, I will say, Billy, that there was some back and forth, yes. I will also say that you don't know what happened in that training. You left. Like, you got up and you left. You don't know what happened after you. You don't know the training that Kevin has said has been great. Anastasia got some stuff out of it. Andrew got some stuff out of it.
I didn't say that the training wasn't valuable. I said that your characterization of these folks
But you don't know, you weren't there. You left.
I left after disagreeing with the trainer about the information he was putting out and the method in which he was putting it out.
Okay.
And I find that your characterization of this is unhelpful.
Duly noted. Anybody else? Who was the next person?
Joe. You talked about those candidates, I'm sorry, not candidates, the
county chairs have gone dark. I'm curious, are there any individuals in those counties who have been who have been interested in affiliating with a party or going over to libertarianism in some fashion and haven't been able to connect to that reason?
Not that I have been aware of. Not that anybody has made contact with me about not being able to reach their chair. We've had a couple of calls into the 800 number, but nobody who said, hey, there's been people, hey, I can't find a Libertarian Party. Turned out they didn't have one, but nobody that has emailed or called in saying, hey, I can't get a hold of the Libertarian Party, and I looked and there was one. So it hasn't come across the department yet, anybody who has been able to get. And most of the, I'm not gonna say most, all of the counties who we've been unable to get a hold of are rural counties. They are counties that the last convention had maybe 1 or 2 people, so there wasn't a whole group of membership there. So it was smaller counties that were, small. So
I was just asking because we do have mechanisms in place to remove those areas in that situation, right? If they are ineffective in those sections, they way to do.
I will say the interesting thing about that with Nation Builder, when we do send out emails, it will give read reports on those emails of who read those emails. So while I haven't been able to get a hold of them on the phone, I have been able to get they have been reading the emails. So it's not like they have disappeared completely. I have run into people in different counties who will reach out to me and say, hey, I didn't get a phone call or something like that. What it usually turns out to was the situation like that is that they got a phone call, they didn't know the phone number, which I think most of us do, and like, I don't know that, no. So I think that might be what a lot of it is. Like I said, I've tried reaching out. I've sent a couple of text messages. I've left emails, and I've left voicemails. So hopefully we can get a hold of this. Because like I said, in the next week or so, some of y'all will be getting contacted from me, hoping that y'all can get a hold of them so we can get them pulled in.
Thank you for all of you. And my question is kind of twofold. You mentioned that we had brought on about 10 counties since the last convention. If I recall correctly, we had lost the number of them leading up to that convention. Are some of these counties that have been affiliated, some of those that had lost that affiliation to come back, or at least some brand new, geographical areas that we haven't?
It's a mixture of both. We've had, I would say more of the 10 have been new counties that weren't affiliated before, but there have been 3 or 4 of them that were affiliated, that had been previously affiliated. There was at least one where it was the chair who had become disaffiliated, and he reached out and got it reaffiliated because he had had some family stuff going on around the conventions. So there was that one, but for the most part, it's new counties that haven't had county chairs before.
Is there an effort for those that have fallen off over the last 2 years to see, because we know life happens, like you said, so sometimes things go dark, but.
I will tell you that I was on the committee last cycle, and for the most part, the chairs that and Joe can attest to this because he was on the committee with me last time, or on the team with me last time. I reached out to a lot of those chairs prior to, I know Jesse was sending out emails all the time about the trainings that they were doing. And for the most part, the people that I talked to just said they were getting out of politics. The ones that went disaffiliated, it wasn't for, there were a couple who were inter-party fighting, but it was very few. Most of it was just like, I have better things to do with my time at this point. I don't have the time to do this, so I'm not going to reaffiliate. So I haven't reached back out to them at this point because, it's been a year. Not much has changed economically in our country and stuff like that. So I haven't reached back out to try to get them to affiliate, but I have mixed feelings about that anyways, about trying to get them to reaffiliate a county that they let go unaffiliated. Yep. Anybody else? Perfect. All right. Y'all have a good one.
Up next, Mr. Sean Sparkman, Communications Department.
Hold on.
First off, I'd like to apologize for the lateness in my report. I've been dealing with some illness. The first thing I'd like to mention is that Amanda has stepped down as director, but I'd like us to take a moment and thank Amanda for her great contribution. Fortunately, she's sticking around. She's going to help out in the comms department doing more graphics and media type work. I know that you'll have had an opportunity to read the report. Basically, the newsletter is at a steady level with readership. We've gotten that out consistently. We've pushed out social media posts about the local candidates. I'd like to grow that more. We've also pushed out social media posts with conjunction with the Legislative Action Department. I'm currently working on a plan to open up content creation for social media for the other departments in order to facilitate content creation itself, so that it's not one or two people on staff that's able to create social media posts. It will still be gated by the comms department. We will be approving or disapproving. We'll be able to add images or doing a little bit of editing here and there in a collaborative way. We're not authoritarians. We're not Republicans or Democrats here. We also, I put in my report the call to action for SLEC members to consider writing blog posts, write about your local districts, write about what's going on in your area. We're always open to content, and we're more than willing to help you edit any kind of blog post. If you feel like your writing isn't great, or you just want some constructive criticism, and that's pretty much my report. Are there any questions? Yes. We have Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok. TikTok is not as much. There's a lot more involved in TikTok posting because you have to create a video for every. You can post photos; they're not as well used. We're also looking for one of the items we're looking at is sort of AI or auto clipping for videos, so that we can put that out there and start generating more regular content. As far as like Instagram, Facebook, and X, I think we've got a post in this quarter about every day, at least. Did you have a question?
Oh, it's just in the other fund, but I was more curious, and if I'm pretty sure we can know how we're doing on social media.
I mean, we've got lots of engagement. I mean, it's having views, likes, and comments isn't necessarily the best measure of what our success in social media is out there. Is whether actually people are acting on it, or internalizing it, right? We're not keyboard warriors here, right? You're here. Any other questions? Yes, Jeff.
I just wanted to add to that we got recent confirmation that people in Austin at the Capitol are reading our social media because we're sure about it. So back from them. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, we were asked to remove a post because we were trying to influence a particular member of the Texas House. Is that correct? Lieutenant Dan. Oh yeah, Lieutenant Dan. They weren't too happy with us criticizing Ken Paxton, sorry, on a particular issue when he had no control over it. So
So what did we do?
We took down the post and repurposed it. Yeah, to make it more accurate, we posted it. I think it's scheduled for later. I'll have to check. Any other questions? Okay. I would like to ask that everybody go to our social media posts actively, not just wait for it to show up in your feed, and like, subscribe, and share. So, thank you.
It should be relatively quick. Most of my work in this last quarter has been evaluating our current set of services. I've been looking at the numbers of what we're spending and asking myself if there are things that we can do to self-host and alleviate some of these costs. There are Ignite, Zoom, and Google Workspace are the three biggest expenditures of the IT department. Some of those we can work towards moving off of quickly. Some of them are going to take longer, and we might not move off of them depending on whether or not we have suitable alternatives. Those things are being evaluated. We have not made any definitive choices right now. We are just looking at what our options are. The first one that I'm looking at is Ignite, because there are open source alternatives that we can self-host using our DigitalOcean resources that we already have available, and our AWS resources that we currently subscribe to. In what I'm looking at right now for Ignite is based on our current usage, we can get we're spending about $40-ish a month on Ignite. The same for migrating to AWS, we would be basically moving to a pay for what you use model, which would reduce our costs down to about $6 a month currently, what we're using in Ignite. If we use the entire footprint of our space on Ignite, which is 1 terabyte of online cloud storage, that would only cost us $24. So there's room to use what we're to pay for what we're using in a more efficient manner. So looking at that, Zoom has been a pain point. We have run out of our cloud storage in Zoom for being able to record our meetings online. I was more concerned about this at the beginning. After thinking about it more, it's not an issue. We are paying for Ignite, we are paying for our cloud storage, we have plenty of space, plenty. You're only using 25% of our cloud storage space in Ignite. So there's no reason why we can't store those meetings elsewhere. I've turned off the ability to record to the cloud because that has basically just been a convenience method, and it's locking us into an upsell opportunity for Zoom to get us to spend more money for cloud storage that we're already paying elsewhere. So I just disabled that, and then it's now on to the meeting organizer to record the meeting and upload it to Ignite manually, and that's just going to be the way it is. So stay as me. Another big thing that I'm working on right now, which is in the works, is migrating away from OPEX communications. An issue came up with OPEX where I signed in and I tried to configure our 800 number and look at our ability to manage that number. Their system is completely broken. You can look at reports, you can look at contact information. There are features of their own platform which just don't even work. They don't respond. When I went to their main webpage to try to get some customer support, I got a security warning from Google saying they can't verify the authenticity of their own company website because their SSL certificate for the website has been expired for almost 2 years. So these are, for me, these are very big red flags for a company. Basically, it seems like they're milking their current set of customers. They're not doing anything to maintain their platform, and that's an area of concern for me. So we went ahead and signed up for a new account through Grasshopper, which is an active and ongoing company. They're a small company, so they're still, you know, they're not AT&T, but they're at least responsive and have a website that they maintain. So that is in progress. I was hoping that the number would be transferred from OPEX to Grasshopper by the time this meeting happened. I had a call with OPEX yesterday, I'm sorry, with Grasshopper yesterday. That has not happened yet, and I think that's a hang up on the OPEX side. So I'm gonna have to get into a phone call with somebody at OPEX, and hopefully there's somebody there answering phone calls to facilitate actually migrating the number. There is a risk, I think, that we might lose our 1-800 number if OPEX is not going to play ball or be a problem. I'm not sure what avenues we have, but I'm looking into that so that we can keep, we have an awesome 1-800 number, by the way. So I want to try to keep that, and so that's my goal. But if we can get if we can get the 800 number routed from Grasshopper directly to Nation Builder, then we can drop a mighty call, which will save us a huge amount of money every year, which is, that's my number one thing I will try to take it off. So I'm looking at improvements for what we are currently paying for and utilizing our DigitalOcean resources more to support the party and to save us a lot of money. That is all I have. I covered everything. Any questions?
Yeah, Billy and then Sean.
Billy.
Thanks so much for your report and for all your efforts to save money and be efficient. Man, it's really impressed with the work you're doing. I do have a question about the Zoom.
Yes.
I'm the chair of the platform committee.
Yes.
And we were trying to use the LP Texas Zoom account to create records of our meetings and such. And this is reading your report yesterday was when I found out about the disabling of the Zoom record. I have a couple of concerns that I'm sure you can point me towards the solution for. So what's about a normal file size for a Zoom recording of like an hour? And then my concern is, I understand how to save it to my PC, you know, if we're doing it like that, no problem, and then upload it to Ignite, no problem. My question is, if the meeting organizer is, instead of using a laptop, if they're remote, if they're using a phone or an iPad or something like that to host the meeting, is the file size of a 1 hour or sometimes 2 hour long Zoom meeting prohibitive for saving to a mobile device?
It shouldn't be. The file sizes that I've seen when I've been looking around on Zoom, because I've been trying to move everything that we have in cloud storage in Zoom over to Ignite so that it is stored in a place. What I've been seeing, it varies between how long the recording is. From what I've seen, it's about 200 to 300 megabytes for an hour video. It is a very compressed platform, so it hasn't been gigabytes.
Okay.
Which is what I was expecting it to be gigabytes, but it's been, hundreds of megabytes.
Okay. And is that file type going to be problematic to save to a mobile device?
It depends on the mobile device. If you have any modern phone that has gigabytes of storage, it's a fraction of a gigabyte.
Okay.
So.
Great. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, also, I should say that I didn't disable the ability to record meetings, just the ability to record them and have them automatically stored.
Just to the cloud, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Who's next? Sean?
So moving away from Ignite, is there going to be there's a lot of history there and who did what, right? Is that going to be migrated as well, or is it just the files themselves?
Metadata so if we leave Ignite, then the metadata surrounding the file, so like, I think you're referring to file history, edits and stuff like that. I don't believe that would be something that we can preserve. I can look into, I haven't actually looked into whether or not the metadata is something that we can actually export from Ignite. My immediate focus with Ignite has been, can we restructure this? The data in Ignite is, from everything that I've heard from complaints around staff, is where do we find anything in Ignite and where are the files in Ignite? So I want to look at, like, is there an opportunity for us to replan a file structure that is more intuitive, that it makes it easier for us to share stuff, not only internally within the organization, but also to make the files publicly available. That's been one of the pain points. That is a good point, and I thank you for bringing up the metadata. If that is possible to preserve, then we will. I don't know if we can download that information.
Okay.
Jacob and then Joe Burks.
Jacob. Okay. Joe.
Just to add some information for you guys, the mighty call situation, if he can kill that one, is just under $900 a year. That would be a savings, and if we can migrate away from Ignite, that's another $500, $550 a year. So we can do that in a way that everybody's happy. $1,400, $1,500 in the pocket.
We were looking at a platform called Nextcloud. Nextcloud has all of the features that Ignite has. They also have an online meeting, which is basically like their version of Zoom. They also have like a documents thing, which is like the Google Cloud for Google Documents. So that's why we were looking at the possibility of killing Zoom, which is another $550 a year that we're spending there. We don't, like, our meetings have not been that intensive that it doesn't seem like if there's an opportunity for us to self-host, we can. But it's not the biggest priority right now. Zoom is like, it's functioning, it's doing what we needed to do. If we can, if there is something that's available that works well, then we will look at that. John?
Have you considered using Discord instead of Zoom?
So yes, I would love everyone to be able to use Discord for team meetings. Is it possible to record in Discord? I don't think that there is a possibility to record meetings in Discord, which has been one of the big hangups on Discord. But for like general purpose meetings, I think we should be leveraging Discord as much as possible. That might be changing in the future. I don't know if you've been listening to the news, but Discord is going IPO, and their founder and CEO just stepped down, and they hired this bigwig from Candy Crush Activision, I think Activision. So the landscape of what's going to be happening with Discord and what their monetary policy is going to be in the future, we might wind up having to pay for Discord. And I don't know, there are alternatives that, again, we will look at, but I can just tell you from my personal experience, I don't want to have to set up an environment like Discord, because it's huge. It's a big system with a lot of moving parts, and we already have it running and working very well. So migrating away from Discord is not something that I'm personally looking forward to. The same thing with Google Workspace, by the way. We're heavily integrated with that, so migrating away from Google Workspace is going to be a huge undertaking. But I'd rather do that because it's our number one expense right now.
I've got a couple follow-ups.
Good for time.
On Ignite, the change logs is something that's pretty important for me. Just as an aside, with QuickBooks, I can go back years and see who adjusted that dollar amount on a transaction. It's hugely accountable. I like the fact that Ignite, there's been times in the past where I'm looking at a form in Ignite, like, who made this version? And you can see who saved it, if it got edited, you can see those things. You're saying that those same attributes are available in this new?
So the open platforms would have the version tracking. It's just I don't have a direct answer to whether or not we can migrate the old history to the new system.
I just want to make sure that that's pretty important.
Having the feature, the same feature set available in new software that we're looking at is important, that we are not losing functionality that we're relying on.
And then my follow-up question on the Zoom thing, there's been a lot of debate over the past several cycles about use Zoom, use Discord, or whatever. I mean, what am I doing wrong when I just use my own screen capture software to record every meeting I'm in?
There's nothing wrong with using screen capture. I don't think my biggest concern with that is just training and educating people to make sure that they know how to do that on different systems. People are on different platforms. So,
I mean, maybe we should pay. I use free software, so my stuff's probably in child support. But I'm just saying, like, it's easy. Like, it's not.
I mean, it's easy until you're the one that has to support it. Yeah, everyone is on a different platform. Everyone is on a different computer system. Everyone has a different level of technical expertise. So it's just, if there's a service that has that and makes it a button that's easy, which is why we are overflowing our Zoom cloud source, because everyone just uses it. It's simple. Nobody thinks about it. It just goes there. Having that simplicity is nice. Especially for volunteer teams of my size. We have a very small team, so we can't really give that level of technical help. We try, but we're just John.
Do we have any policies in place about document retention? And is that metadata, like, are you able to just make that decision and the metadata goes away, or is that something you have to come back to SLEC for?
I actually will need to look up. I don't know if there are policies about the data retention. We do have a historian, so there are some documents that have historical purpose. So I would defer to that. I would also I would need to look at the bylaws specifically for that. I don't have that question answered.
We gonna have Mr. Hoogengar, is there a motion to extend, or we good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. Debut as Development Director.
She's walk-up music. The return of Shakedown Kate.
All right, good afternoon, SLEC. I am deeply honored to be holding this position. I haven't held it for very long, and unfortunately, I have not gotten a chance to really dive deep as much as I've wanted. A lot of my time has been clearly been focused to the Convention Planning Committee and getting a wonderful set of proposals out to you and getting the best deal for you guys to be able to deliberate and decide today. So that's where a lot of my time has been spent. I will say that I've had quite a few conversations with Andrew, with Carter, and also with Jesse about recruitment, the goals that I have, the things that the directors are going to need, and the funds, and we've had a really good conversation about that. I would like to say that Billy Pierce has decided to offer himself up as tribute, and he has already completed his application process for Deputy Development Director, so he's going to be joining me on this circus, hopefully. Please. I've spoken with Carter about the structure of the Development Department, and we're looking forward to having our contracted fundraisers. We're going to have data analysis support for Billy in the projects that he has in order to get that marketing segregation data for not just us on the development department, but for the use of every director and for every department, and using the member and donor data to the best of y'all's abilities. So we're looking forward to that. We're also going to have some potential for affiliate support when it comes to the money flowing up and down and making sure everybody's going to get a piece of the pie and helping everybody and making sure that they're aware that there is a state party, that there is a national party, that that the people who come to state are aware that your county party is ready to go and they also need funds. So we've got a lot coming up. I'm very much looking forward to jumping in the next couple of weeks. I got the green light from Andrew and from Carter because we don't have an events director at the moment, but we usually have a November fundraiser. So I've been given the green light, given my experience in the events department, also with the knowledge I have gained, or the information I have gained with Convention Planning Committee, to be able to utilize an RFP and try to get November SLEC and a fundraiser with that. So I'm hoping to get that done. I'm sending out RFPs this week. I've already been speaking with potential speakers for convention and obviously noting what may be a good fit for that November fundraiser as well. So I am here to support y'all. I'm here and looking forward to being able to give you a written report going forward. I did not get a chance to get one to you this time, again, where my time was focused. But I am going to make you this promise. Within the month, I am going to get you a startup development report where we are in donors, membership levels, and so far. So you guys have a starting point of where you see me start, or you see this department starts, and where we're gonna go from there. Okay, so that is my commitment to you. Is in the next month you are going to have that, so you have a metric for the future. I am going to ask you, give me money. You're going to hear that a lot. I'm going to start getting very, very creative on how I'm going to take money from y'all, and also from your counties and from your donors. And we've got, I mean, we have a legislative action team that is on fire, and we need to be supporting them. That fund needs to be topped off all the time. We need to keep the legal fund topped off all the time because of all the rigmarole and all the fun things that Republicans and Democrats like to, you know, hold hands and screw us over on. So we need to have that defense fund. And obviously to keep the lights on and to also create, as you guys create wonderful projects that are going to elevate this party, we want to be able to have those funds there for you as well. So money is the focus, as you heard in the first hour of this meeting, and that's not going to go away. It's only going to get intensified. So be prepared for that. And I think that's about it. I think that's just all of the bullet points I have for you right now. I'm open up for any questions.
So Susan, and then
Susan.
Kevin.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is about the contracting fundraising. We voted, I don't know if it was last thing I did before, but we voted up on 2 tiers. We had the contractor where we were going to pay them commission, and then we had where individuals could also fundraise, and if they presented a check, they would be getting a percentage out of it. So we had those 2 programs we voted in favor of. So do we have contracted fundraising? What is the expectation that the development department reports to this body of who those people are, who is fundraising for us, and how they're doing? Where is there a way to see that? Is there any reporting on that? What is your obligation?
Well, currently they are vacant. We do not have any contracted fundraisers at this point. The great thing about that last SLEC meeting is now we have created a mechanism to be able to recruit people for those positions. I have one particular person in mind, and I want to get them on board. I also, I guess that's another bullet point that I have not been able to, or I have not signed a contract myself yet. We haven't even begun negotiations for my contract as well because Carter's been he's been busy with elections, with Chris Baker's. I've been very busy with the convention planning committee. We are supposed to get on that. Hopefully, we said no later than the beginning of, not this next week, but the week after. So then you'll be getting information on my contract once we get negotiations done and we're ready to sit there and get approval, obviously, from SLEC and then signing. And then once we get that done, I will be able to use that mechanism to recruit. And then once we go from there, some of that is already, some of the metrics will be embedded in the contracts, and some of it will be sensitive. So it will not be for public viewing, it'll be mainly for SLEC's viewing. And so that's a little bit sensitive, but you'll have more expectation once we get it filled, once we have the contracts in place, and you'll have all that information.
That's going to be reported to us as a body.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Did I answer all your questions? Okay, Kevin?
Legislative Action Fund, $50 donation, match it. Go ahead and match it. I just made a donation.
Oh, okay.
To our Legislative Action Fund, I'm asking you to match it, $50.
All right, Anastasia. All right. So that's going to be live through lunch because I think after mine is lunch. So yeah, y'all start pressing those buttons and draining your bank account and you know, filling ours up. That's what we're going to be looking for. You guys are going to want to see those metrics, right? And one thing that I said as treasurer when we didn't have a development director, I kind of took that role for temporarily because public, when they think treasurer, they think money, and then when they think money, they think fundraising and donating, right? So I kind of took that upon me. This is not something that is foreign to me at all. So if you want to see the bank accounts rise, if you want to see the membership numbers rise, you need to be looking in the mirror first, then you need to be looking around the people that are directly around you, and then you need to be spreading out and going out further. It is not going to be solely on the development department to be bringing in the funds. That is also a mechanism and a job for SLEC reps as well. So, you know, look in the mirror just as much as you're going to be looking up at me. I am very much looking forward to the pressure, though. I'm looking forward to bringing those numbers up and celebrating with y'all and in the wins and the projects that we're going to be able to complete going forward. So if there's no further questions, I see my time.
All right.
That brings us to 11:49. I'm going to call that 11:50. We have a lunch break at this time for an hour and 45 minutes. I'll make that 1:35. We would be back. Please try to be back before then so that we're all seated and ready to kick it at 1:35. See you after lunch.
1:35. Ready to?
Oh, not
We're good to go. We are reconvening, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Talent for our meeting rep for the LNC report.
You can see it right there. I'm restarting.
Hello. All right, this is my first LNC report. So whenever we were at our last SLEC meeting in Fredericksburg, that Sunday, whenever I was driving home, I was listening to the LNC meeting, and there were a lot of changes that happened at that point. That's fairly old news at this point, but I haven't actually captured that in my report because I think everybody is aware. But for those who may not be aware, Angela McArdle is no longer the chair of the LNC. That is now Stephen Nicola. Also, our very own Mr. Paul Dar is now the vice chair of the LNC. Which is how I ended up on the LNC. So our Region 3 South alternate, Keith Thompson of Louisiana, was moved up to rep, and then that had an opening for LNC Region 3 South alternate, and that's how I got onto the LNC. So that's how all that happened. Lots going on at the LNC right now. I would say that the main focus right now on the LNC is membership and revenue. There's been a lot of conversation around priorities, and basically, if it doesn't drive revenue or membership, we ain't doing it right now. Like it's completely deprioritized. I did drop into the Select channel in Discord an email that LNC Chair Michaela sent out yesterday, so please feel free to take a look at that at your leisure. But the LNC is very much on a downward trajectory, which this has been happening for some time now. So we are now trying to, again, with the goal of driving membership and revenue growth, reviving Project Archimedes. So for those of you who've been in the party for a long time, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was Project Archimedes that ran, and it was probably the most successful, membership and revenue push that the Libertarian Party has ever made. There is a distinct focus on direct mail, a lot of phone calls. I know that we are in the process of trying to recruit a new development director for the LNC. That is a position that is sorely needed, along with kind of staff to support that. And just lost my screen there. I guess if I had to sum it up, Chair Michaela has pretty much taken a no bullshit stance on things at this point. It's all focused, it's goal oriented. Do not have time for any of the petty factionalism that's happening or has been happening. So that has been refreshing to see. I personally have restarted my donations to the National Libertarian Party because I feel good about the trajectory and the way that things are moving. I feel good about the leadership with Michaela and certainly Paul, who's basically been our de facto chair for the last few weeks while Stephen's been on vacation. So if any of you feel the same, I did drop a link in my report to where you can make a donation. For your awareness, and this is the same, you have until October to kind of make your donation to kind of help increase the number of delegates that are part of Texas. But if anybody wants to do that now through my direct link, please feel free to do that. So Project Archimedes, that's going to be a big area of focus. I tried to hit the high notes, and I obviously won't be able to get into a ton of detail on this, and Paul probably won't be able to really expound on anything I've said either. But the other thing that I put into the report that I thought you guys would definitely be interested in is the Special Investigatory Committee, which again is kind of focused on actions of Angela McArdle. Nothing to report at this time. The committee has been meeting weekly. They've been doing a lot of interviews. There should be a draft report coming up to be presented at the LNC meeting, which our next LNC meeting is going to be in Grand Rapids the weekend of the 16th, 17th, next month. So Paul and I will be, oh, it is this month, that was May 1st, hello. So Paul and I will be in Michigan in a couple of weeks in Grand Rapids, and that will be the LNC meeting. We're actually going to do a tour of the facility where National Convention will be in 2026 and take a look at all that. But at that point, Paul is actually the chair of that Special Investigatory Committee, so we should have an initial report at that time. That's not going to be like action taken at the LNC meeting or anything, but we will have that initial report at that time, and then as soon as that is publicly available, I'll make sure that I let you guys know. Other things that are kind of top of mind, membership. So again, membership is going to be one of the areas of focus. Membership is again down, so I did just provide a kind of a snapshot of where we're at. We're down month over month again from February to March, hoping to start turning that around with our efforts in development of Project Archimedes. As far as the meeting and email ballots, I kind of added that as an appendix. I did include a link in that section where you can go and look at this basically workbook of all of the ballots and how the LNC voted. But I thought it might be convenient for you guys to just kind of see the votes that have happened over the past quarter. That way you don't have to go kind of fishing through that link. I won't go through every single one of those, but I will call out, again, kind of the hot topics is the sale of the HQ building. So I know there's been a lot of talk about that. Should we sell the building? Should we not sell the building? All of that good stuff. There was a vote of the LNC to sell the building, and that vote did pass. Now, what's kind of up in the air right now is because a lot of the donations that went to buy this headquarters were made in a direct donation fund. So we actually have an inquiry out to the FEC to actually get a formal FEC opinion on what we can do with the proceeds of the sale of that building. One of the other things that you'll see was a motion that was made to authorize an expenditure to fix the roof. So the thought process being there that if we fix the roof, we're going to get more whenever we do eventually sell the building. I do know that initially there was a buyer who was interested. It was actually the people who live right next door. They were interested in kind of expanding into our space. The initial offer, I think, was lower than we would have liked. So again, that's kind of what led to the, hey, let's fix the repairs. Let's, go ahead and make the investment to fix things. That way we can get the absolute most out of the sale of the building. So more to come on that, but it sounds like that probably will be happening at some point. We're just waiting on that formal FEC opinion on what we can actually do with that. Once we do sell the building, basically what will happen is any proceeds from the sale of the building will be put into an interest-bearing account until we actually get that formal FEC opinion for us, so that we know like what portion of what we can do with those things. Like, does it have to go into another directed fund for the sale of, purchase of another building? Can it go into our general funds and all of that good stuff? So we weren't going to get an FEC opinion in time for that. So decision was made. No one in staff lives in the DC or Alexandria area. Everybody's kind of split, staff is kind of all across the nation right now. So it just didn't make sense to keep that building in our financial situation. It's one of the biggest expenditures or expenses that we have on books right now. So that's the history there. It is what it is. Other than that, I'll just say that other things that probably will be coming up in the May LNC meeting, I know there's going to be some motions for some policy adjustments. So obviously with some of the concerns that we've had on expenditures and basically a lack of checks and balances of some expenditures that have happened over the past couple of years, there's going to be a policy manual amendments being suggested. So I'm actually part of that group. So I didn't mention, I was elected to the Employment Policy and Compensation Committee of the FEC, the LNC. So I sit on that committee, and there's going to be some amendments that we put forth at the May LNC meeting to put in those checks and balances to make sure that they're, trying to choose my words here, that we have checks and balances for expenditures that are being made by the chair or any other member of the LNC. Did I say that diplomatically enough? Thank you. Okay. Those, I think, were the high points. And then I guess I'll just close before I open it up to questions with this being my first LNC report. I'm totally open to you guys' feedback. If this was too much information in this report, I can skinny it down, or I can try to add more if there's anything else. So please hit me with your feedback, and I'll adjust accordingly. Mr. Pierce.
Billy Pierce, SD7. As usual, I'm opposed to too much skinniness. I would like to ask, I've heard that one of the big initiatives going forward is going to be ballot access and fundraising for ballot access. Is that getting traction? Is that is there support for that at the national level? Do you think that's going to move forward, or is that still on the bubble?
Yes, so ballot access is definitely going to continue to be an area of focus. Every state works a little bit differently. I I know the ballot access and, donating for ballot access isn't the sexiest thing in the world, but it definitely matters. I mean, with us here in Texas, we maintain ballot access and we have ballot access through what, 2035, at this point, or 2034. But there are some states that their ballot access is contingent upon presidential votes and things like that. So that's definitely going to continue to be an area of focus. There will be later next year, or later this year, sorry, going to be soliciting nominations for the ballot access committee.
Currently are.
Currently are.
Yeah, I saw that go out. That's the reason I started reading, trying to understand it. Yeah.
What was it? Bylaws?
Bylaws and ballot access.
Bylaws and ballot access. Okay. Yeah.
Volunteers for either.
Yes. Yes. So, for your awareness, if you are interested in being on the National Bylaws Committee or the National Ballot Access Committee, those nominations you can submit your interest now. What I was thinking of is that later this year, we will also be obviously soliciting for credentials, platform, all that good stuff as well. So Paul and I will keep you abreast of that and let you know whenever those things happen. And of course, with us being Texans, we've got kind of slated spots on some of those committees. So we will let you know when we'll be doing kind of our usual process to nominate and elect the people who represent Texas on those committees.
I know I was woefully underinformed as to the ballot access process in other states. Mm-hmm. It would be, if that catches traction and if the LNC is moving in that direction and fundraising in that direction, if you could include specific information about progress and what they're doing with the money and why it's important, if you can include that stuff in your future reports, it would help me to understand what's going on up there.
Gotcha. Okay, that's good feedback. Thank you. That did trigger another thought. And this is just related to convention. So nothing's set in stone yet, but there has been some initial conversation around kind of I say initial conversation, this is a conversation that we have like every 4 years about we need to nominate our presidential candidate earlier. So that conversation has once again come up. And so there's a small group of people who are kind of talking about how do we work that. There is, I'll say that some of the feedback around it has been, number one, we want to try to do it around a 3-day weekend. Because like right now we're doing it on Memorial Day, so that's one less day off that people have to request, or vacation day that people have to request. So there's some folks that feel very strongly that we need to do it on a 3-day weekend. And then also there's just a general thought that nobody's really paying attention to what we do until after Super Tuesday. So just kind of taking that into account and looking at 3-day weekends, that weekend of President's Day is something that's been floated. I know that there's been some other timelines that have been floated as well. But that always brings up the topic of Texas, because we don't have our state convention until April. We're always one of the very, very last to go. And so obviously folks have come to Paul and I to say, is there any possible way that Texas can do their conventions earlier? And so obviously we say, well, according to Texas election code, we technically can, but there is nothing that says that we have to nominate our delegates to national at the state convention. So I know our bylaws committee is, and I don't want to steal thunder from that committee report, but I know the bylaws committee has already started talking about just kind of getting creative with how we could potentially nominate our delegates to national earlier than the state convention, which gets messy. So again, none of this is set in stone, but I just want to let you know that the conversations are happening. Nothing may come of it, but again, they're kind of coming to Texas and saying, is there anything that you guys could do to where we can nominate? We can have our national convention earlier. So basically, us nominate our delegates earlier, so the national convention can happen earlier, so that we actually have a nominee for a presidential candidate earlier. So that's not going to be an issue until 2028. But if we were going to make such a change, we would have to make it at our upcoming state convention in 2026, so it would already be effective. So more to come on that. I just wanted to kind of
let you guys know that as you're considering things like, maybe trying to lock in a 2028 location or for state convention earlier. We probably just want to like pin in that so that we see how those conversations go. Other questions? Oh, we're at time, sorry.
Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege. Kate Prather, SD1. I would like to let the body know that there are now cookies to go with your tea and coffee in the back, thanks to one of our public guests who has arrived.
I like
I did see some hands up, but we are at time, so.
Motion to stand for 5.
Second. Is there any objection to extending for 5 minutes?
All right, that was Kevin with the motion, Austin with the second. Okay, cool, 5 more minutes. And I saw Clark first, and then I saw Darren, and now I see Tim.
For those of us who don't know, could you give us a 25 to 50 word summary of what led to Ms. McCardle's resignation?
No is a complete sentence.
No is a complete sentence.
I would say that we can talk offline. I would say that there are different opinions as to why, depending on who you're talking to.
25 to 50 words.
Yeah, I think that's all I can really say about that.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, Clark. I'm really not trying to be figurative with you, but.
That's fine.
Sorry. Darren.
Here at Paul, SD25. In regards to the building sale, I've heard a rumor that because it was a special building donation that was set up for him, that possibly donors would be eligible to get refunds for that. Is there any truth to that rumor?
I haven't heard, and Paul, I'll kind of defer to you on this. I haven't heard anything about refunds specifically. Like I said, I know that we're waiting on an FEC opinion on what we can do with the proceeds for the sale of the building, but as far as like the refunds to the donors, that I'm not privy to, so I'll defer to Paul on that point.
The money for the building came from 2 different funds. There was the building fund and the general fund. I don't remember the percentages off the top of my head. You could say maybe it's either 40-60 or 50-50, somewhere in that direction. So from our FEC guidance, the portion that came from the general fund is fair to use as far as that goes. But for the FEC opinion on the remainder of it, we're waiting on guidance there on what happens there. We have some FEC opinions we have guidance from consultants. We don't have an opinion from the FEC yet on that. So we're waiting for that.
Mine was about Project Archimedes. So I remember this was a big deal back around 25 years ago, and it was combined with all the members that were gained by national. There was also joint membership agreements with some of the states. And California had like about 7,000 members just in California because of both Archimedes and the joint membership agreement. Where if someone joined national, they would join the state, and if you joined the state, you joined the national boosted membership on both sides there. Is there, I don't know whether Texas was had one of those also with the national at the time, but the point is they could. This time, that sort of thing was established again. Is that part of this, or is that a separate issue?
I think there's been conversation around that, and I'll look to Paul on that as well, but I think we have started talking about like kind of affiliated links and kind of reviving some of that. Now, it's going to be a little bit hairy because everybody's on different platforms, right? So I don't know if that's like a data dump that we get since we're on Nation Builder as opposed to the platform that National is on, but I do know that it at least has been discussed. Paul,
we currently have 3 states on the program right now. We're planning to expand that in the future to states that are interested once again. There just hasn't been recent interest in that again. It's just not a front burner item, it's on our back burner. We'll be bringing that forward in the future here. There's 2 ways to really have that money flow. It can either go from national down to the state, or from the state up to national. to go from the state up to national, the state has to be an MVC filer. So that is a consideration to take when the states want to have money flow that way to be the collectors and sending it up. And for it to go the other way, it's simpler on the state's part, but there's still some considerations to take into account there.
Joe?
So, piggybacking on what Ted brought up, that we were referring to this as 2.0. Obviously, we're in a very different world, technologically speaking, and everything than we were back in the Harry Brown era.
Sure.
So, specifically, what is 2.0 about it? And I mean, I've heard a little bit here and there about this one that fleshed out. How exactly is it adapted for the 2025 realities?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I would say that I would expect to kind of leverage newer technologies, so I don't know a ton about like text capabilities that we have, you know, through the LNC and everything. Paul can probably speak to that a little bit too, but I would imagine that we would be leveraging things like text messages that obviously we wouldn't have been leveraging back in, you know, 2000 or something like that. So it's not a repeat of Project Archimedes where we're just going to kind of take it and, you know, copy paste. I do imagine that there's going to be some tweaks along the way to modernize it and certainly leverage targeted data that we now have available to us, probably more so than we did back then. Paul, anything you want to add to that? Oh, time again, sorry.
Talk to me offline.
Okay. All right.
Segue neatly into Credentials Committee.
All right. So LNC report over. We're now talking about our LP Texas Credentials Committee report. So not a ton to report from the Credentials Committee right now. Just to recap, members of the committee, that's myself, Jocelyn, Scott, Bo, Lisa, Matt Gibbs, and Mike Newman. So we have met 3 times. The first meeting was very short and sweet. We elected myself as chair, Jocelyn was elected as a secretary, and Mr. Scott Peterson as assistant secretary, and we just kind of did a high-level orientation for newbies who never served on Credentials Committee before. And then our second meeting was just really assigning our subcommittees and task lists, just kind of getting people organized, understanding, you know, strengths and weaknesses, what people were passionate about. So that's things like, you know, drafting communications or training, or, you know, doing a deep dive into the election code, or doing a deep dive into our LP Texas bylaws just to see if things have changed or things like that. We did kind of just review, or actually I've been kind of keeping tabs on the Texas legislature for obvious reasons, but there is nothing in the legislature currently that would impact anything that would affect us from a credentials perspective. So there's nothing like no bogeys in the election code that are kind of sitting out there for consideration that would kind of impact us in any material way, which is good because that was certainly not the case 2 years ago. But yeah, so we're not expecting any surprises that would impact the way that we do business in any material way. But we do have task lists assigned and everything there now, and one of the first things that we'll be doing, obviously, is just kind of doing that deep dive into election code and LP Texas bylaws. And then the second thing, which we can't do quite yet, but hopefully will soon, is develop that events timeline. So starting from the deadline for folks to, you know, apply to be on the general election ballot, all the way through election day in November of 2026. So obviously we know what, you know, the date is for our state convention. We can kind of back into our district and county and precinct convention stuff right there. So I can do that and provide that to anyone who's interested sooner rather than later. But as far as other dates, typically wait till the Secretary of State publishes those. That way we have it directly from the source. So. That is what we are doing right now. That's it for Credentials Committee. Any questions? Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Next up is platform.
pardon me, I have to pull it up from Discord.
Really qualified to sit down and look at these.
It was.
Pardon me, I'm just trying to pull up my report from Discord. There are too many documents.
Billy and your Discord. I'm so proud of you.
All right, so I'm Billy Pearson, the chair of the platform committee. I posted my report to the forum as well as to Discord. Does anyone, let's just start off with, does anyone have any questions? Okay, no questions. I'm happy to hear that. We have met 5 times. We've elected officers, including a vice chair, a secretary, and a chair. We've distributed tasks. The entirety of the committee has had a slow, thoughtful read through of the platform word by word, line by line, which is something that I would encourage everyone to do. Because if you just have an idea in your mind of what the platform says and you assume that it says that, then you might be surprised if you read slowly. An exercise that I would suggest to anyone before you make suggestions for the edit or revision of the platform is read the platform starting at the end. Read it in reverse order. Not like right to left, don't go crazy on me here, but read the last plank first, and then the next last plank, and then work your way backwards, because it makes your brain stop scanning and start reading. It gives you time to carefully consider what the platform is actually saying. And in our exercise of doing that, we have found lots of places where we went, well, that's not what I thought the platform said. Wow, that's never really read it like that. And there are lots of words that have ambiguous definitions. And I loathe ambiguity, as they say, give me ambiguity or give me something else. So we've done a lot of good work in looking at the platform with fresh eyes, including identifying which planks are due to sunset, which planks are not due to sunset, and taken some time to consider if there are revisions to non-sunsetting planks that we want to propose. No decisions have been made. Only expressions of interest, curiosity, or openness, or lack thereof. So you haven't missed anything. No one's deleting your favorite platform plank. No one's changing it yet. Everybody's just trying to read and understand at this juncture. In the next 60 days, we'll be asking the communications department, and perhaps IT, for some support to send out a web form to allow some suggestions to be submitted by LP Texas membership, and for edits, for consideration of revisions to the platform. And our aim is to have it in a web form so that it all comes in an organized fashion that we can sort and say, okay, what are the feedback that we got on plank number 4, and just look at everything about plank number 4 instead of having to do that sorting ourselves. And we would love to be able to identify where the suggestion came from and know that it's a member and not just the uniparty or the duopoly trolling us. So that's what we're going to be reaching out to comms and IT for the next 60 days. We meet once a month. We've been using the LP Texas Zoom account when we can. If not, we've had to use another Zoom account provided by that someone else had access to that is not my favorite. And so we're looking for other options to make sure that we have consistent access. We do record our meetings and upload them to Ignite. So they are there, as are the minutes. Once the minutes are approved by our committee, they're uploaded to Ignite, so the information is there. We're not trying to hide anything, but we're also not, emailing it out to everybody. So if you want to know what we're up to, come check it out. Come read the minutes, and once we open up suggestions and meetings, show up and tell us what you think. If there are no questions, Kevin.
One of the things I'm doing at the Capitol is I'm trying to tie our platform to our comments, and we don't have a free market platform.
Yes, I concur.
So I'm requesting that we get one.
Kevin mentions that we don't have a platform plank that specifically spells out our preference for free market solutions to problems, and that it's not explicit. It's perhaps implicit, but explicit is sometimes preferable in my eyes. It is preferable in this case. Yeah, look forward to seeing your suggestion.
Yeah, because there's a lot of non-free market stuff going on down there, and I'd love to be able to say, hey, you know what, libertarians actually believe in free markets as part of our plank, and then I can go into how theirs isn't.
Love it. Jack Westbrook.
There's the one way clear, for Kevin's sake, that has been submitted to the committee.
Yes.
Yes, fantastic. Anything else? Bueller? All right. Thank y'all for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bylaws committee report.
I won't be reading off that. So I submitted the minutes from our last meeting as a bylaws report. I won't be reading off that since you all can read. That just contains all the items we last voted on to include in the report in the future. The items or reasons will be under further editing going on. The large item that I would like further input on is currently in the bylaws. If you remember back in 2020, SLEC was who chose the delegates to the convention, to the national convention, and that is still the method that is still listed in the bylaws to have it happen. If we want to have it continue to be that way, that's for the body to decide if that's what they want it to be. I do have some members on the committee that are currently looking at if a convention happens before a state convention, to have a method to call a special convention as an alternative to SLEC doing it, and basically doing our famed bingo hall convention as a special convention for a day just to get it done. If people have an idea other than that, we can run with that in the future. That's all I have for bylaws at this time. I'd really like to get to the next item anyways. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Showtime, Convention Committee, Nathan Polsky.
Yes.
This is how we get fun. Save my voice for this and see how it goes.
Next to mine? Yes. Right here.
I'll fill in for you straight up, because Kate's too long-winded.
Right, I believe it was an hour was on the agenda for this, so what everybody's been waiting for. Wearing heels.
Very direct.
Let's see, unsupported. That's
Evie.
Isn't it your projector?
No.
Did you turn it off and turn it back on?
Unplug and replug might be.
While he's working on that, I just wanted a brief commercial. The reason there's an hour in here for presentation Q&A is so that we can develop as much of the data, get your data ducks in a row,
so you understand the proposal and the alternatives you're being offered, so that the debate can focus on values, priorities, differences of opinion, and not a lot of points of information. And oh, I don't remember what's going on. Do what you can.
All right, so we're going to try to do this. We've got a few ways we're going to do this. First off, I posted the report last Friday. forums. Everybody in here has had a chance to read it, correct? Has anybody not had a chance to read it?
Being honest.
All right, did anybody see the Easter egg that we put in the report? We got one.
You don't count.
Jeff, you don't count.
What was it? Texas flag.
Yep. So one person actually read the whole report.
Actually, I have it right in front of me. It's an actual Easter egg.
So there's an actual Easter egg in the report. If you go down far enough, little Easter egg.
I haven't read about it too.
Texas flag Easter egg on there.
I saw it, I just didn't know what it is. I thought it was like a.
The numbers.
So we've also got a video that many of our members, we went out to all the venues, or to not all of the venues, but to our top venues. We got boots on the ground, we got video recordings, we got some photos as well. We've compiled all of those in video recordings into a short 24-minute video that shows the inside of each of the venues, what the guest rooms look like, what the meeting rooms look like, what the actual venue itself looks like, so that way you as SLEC have the most information available to you to kind of make a decision based on if you care about visuals at all. We're going to see how well it does on this projector. Actually looks pretty good from here. For those of you in the back of the room, you may not be able to see all the fine details on there. We spent many hours putting this together. Good time to kill the lights. All right, we're going to kill the lights. No one's falling asleep.
Stay awake, Jack.
So kind of going a little bit over. That made it worse. Touching on the last report, we have been meeting consistently weekly. We missed 1 or 2 meetings, I believe, total, and we had over 12 hours of just meeting time on Zoom, discussing venue selection, AV, all that stuff. That is in addition to all the time that we spent on the ground, all the time offline that we were working together, so we've been putting in a lot of effort for this. And other than some maybe minor disagreements from here and there, which are very, we have a committee, you're expected not everybody just to rubber stamp everything. Hey, that works. We've been working very well together, and I want to thank the rest of the committee for that. Makes my job as the committee chair much less stressful. Thank you. So kind of going over the scoring and everything, we did come up with the 10 categories that we were using. We didn't want to use 2 or 3 categories because that'll give you a completely different type of result. We wanted to expand it, like looking at the feedback that people had at the last convention, knowing a lot of the people that attended the convention, people that attended the SLEC meetings, what are the things people really care about? Now, as a convention, how much do those things actually matter in deciding a location? Obviously, traveling to the convention, where is the convention going to be located? Sure, that's important, but we as a committee didn't feel like that was the most important thing to pick a venue location. We thought, how easy is it to walk around the convention? How close are the hotel rooms to the actual meeting location itself? Do you have to go down the street to get to your hotel? Do you have to go half a block through a convention center to get somewhere? And how close was everything there? And then we went through here. Each one of these weights, each committee member, we had our own individual on a scale of like 1 to 5, how much we thought these weights should be. We combined them, we averaged them, that's how we got our weights. And then when we were looking at each of the venues, we, as a committee, each one of us gave our own vote for, what do we feel the hotel walkability is for this venue? And then we, again, averaged those together, and that's how we got, and then we multiplied it by the weight, and that's where we came up with that category's weight for the venue. So we felt that it was as unbiased as possibly could be in determining these scores. We didn't agree just on one score. We actually combined all of our own personal views into it to come up with that. And then in any scenario where we had one person ranked something as a 5, one person ranked something as a 1, we actually sat and talked about it and say, okay, why do we see such a discrepancy here? Maybe someone's seen something else that we weren't all seeing. But for the most part, we pretty much agreed within 1 or 2 points of each other, the same on a lot of these venues. So yeah, just an example of how we did our calculations. And then on to the venues themselves. So the way the venues are listed on here was not in any particular order, that's just the way they were listed on the report. The way that they are in the video is how they are listed on the report. So as we go through the video, the first one on there is going to be the Renaissance, Dallas, and Richardson. The second one, I believe, is going to be Conroe. The third one's going to be Abilene. The last one's going to be Amarillo. I'm not going to go through all the key features on each of these reports because everybody's read it. Only one person's actually read the whole thing, front to end. But yeah, so if you want to pull up, if you guys want to pull up your own reports, if you have it, I will pull up this video. There is no audio to not distract everybody. And we can go in and we can pause it. There are certain parts in the video. Can everybody see this? Is it clear? Yep. All right, cool. So yeah, so starting off, this is the Richardson Hotel. This is the Renaissance Hotel in Richardson. This is the front lobby. That's me. Couldn't tell. But yeah, so we're looking here. So this is like the front area. Hotel banks right behind me there, right in the middle of the hotel. All the hotel rooms are going to be in the middle atrium area, and so you can shout across there. I would not recommend that though. And then they have the three banks of elevators. And then this walkway over here on the right, that leads you right down to the convention area. So all the convention spaces, it's in the same building. That's also the dividing line between Dallas County and Collin County. So 2 counties are represented here. And so all the meeting rooms are on that end of the building, all the guest rooms and the bar and the restaurant on the other side. So yeah, so that's a nice wide hallway. Setting up booths and tables, we can put it all up and down that. So this is just going to be, I believe, one of the regular guest rooms. Yeah, so regular guest room, double queens, I think, double doubles.
I was there too.
Kate was there too. She was doing another video recording. I was the pretty one. And I can speed this up as well. Yeah, this would just be one of the standard rooms, and then so here you can see you can see all the way across. This is going to be one of the junior suites, so they have 2 or 3 different levels of suites. The junior suites, they have quite a number of those. We as a party can obviously we can get some of those. We can use them for VIP. We can use them for sponsors. We can use them for whatever we want. They also have a presidential suite, which we have video of that's coming up, I believe, next. That's bigger than some apartments I've lived in. Yeah, just a basic suite. And this is sped up. All right, this is the presidential suite. They only have 2 of these, obviously because it's the nice big suite, and we can get one. They can reserve one for us, and we may be able to get the second one. It's, you know, something always to discuss. They have a separate guest bathroom. For the master bedroom, and then the bathroom, which is nicer than my bathroom at home right now, and it's a brand new house.
Parties we can have in that suite.
And that's only half the suite. So yeah, so if we were to get one of these, there's a lot of space in here where we could cram a lot of really important people in there to kind of schmooze them there. Closets, we don't need to see closets. Then it has a whole separate media bar area on the other side of the suite. It used to be a conference. They used to use that as a conference room, but nobody ever used the conference table, so they just threw a movie theater in there. I think a lot more use out of that. But yeah, you can see there. It's 12 floors, 13 floors. If you're afraid of heights, I don't recommend going near the edge there because that's a long way down. So this is the main event area for the convention side. The convention portion of this venue has a completely separate entrance. So you can either A, go in through the main lobby entrance, or you can go through the convention venue entrance. We can set up credentials here. This is where our primary booths would be, our top sponsors. Anybody wants to get a booth would be right here in the front. All of that would be there, and we can put stuff all up and down the side corridors. This would be the room that would be used for one of the meal rooms. This one, I believe, can support like 125, 150 people in rounds. They also have stages and dance floors if you want to do something like that too. They have an identical one to this. It's slightly smaller, so if we want to do separate, types of meals, we could split off into 2 separate rooms.
This is also where we would potentially be doing the debate.
Also where we would potentially be doing the Vegas. So this is a third of the main ballroom. Well, this is 1/3 of the main ballroom. It's not actually proportionally divided. This one would be divided up into thirds as well. One for VIP room, one for breakout room, one for staging or anything else like that we need to during the business meeting itself. And then the main ballroom. So this is the main ballroom. They had a meeting, they had an event going on there at that time. This is what the AV gets you at this location is they have big screens, they have the backlighting, they have full LED backlighting on that as well. So if you wanted to do gold or yellow colors on the back of the curtain there, they could do that. Opening up the other side with that same footprint that we had in the first room there would be the total square footage that we'd be doing the business meeting itself. Just a small meeting room that we could use for credentials or somebody else beforehand, like on Friday. That doesn't have to take up space on the other rooms. And then they have a completely separate breakfast buffet. We could potentially get some F&B costs good. If anybody wanted to use a breakfast buffet, we could work on that. The restaurant they have in here is pretty big. They've only got the one restaurant, but they've got a lot of seating in here. They said they usually close the bar area around midnight, but for a big event, they'll leave it open as late as the city allows them. They do have 30-7 signs on all the doors. However, they've already spoken with the lawyers. They are able to waive that. It doesn't cost us anything. We don't need additional security or anything else like that for the event itself. And there is no 30-5 or 30-6. Okay, so the main, like I said, the main floor is pretty open. Lots of space to spread out if people didn't want to all, clump up in one spot. Separate area outside potentially could use for like a VIP outdoor seating if we wanted to. The space back here, all of that's owned by the city, the CVB. Normally that's used for the annual Richardson Wildflower Festival. It's all foot traffic, there's no vehicles allowed on that at all. We can work with the CVB though and put something out there if we wanted to do some sort of outdoor event. We can't put live music out there, and they've said no, because all the people in the apartments right behind said they signed contracts that they'll let us do that. So that would be a restriction on there, but anything else we want to do out there as long as it wasn't too loud. But libertarians, can do it loud. If you don't want the breakfast buffet, they've got a separate Starbucks grab and go type thing. And then they have a whole section, a whole separate seating area within the main lobby here that they can cordon off if you want to do an indoor VIP seating area with a completely separate bar. So if you wanted to do an open bar, cash bar for VIPs or anything else like that, we can do that through here too. And I believe that rounds out this location. Any questions? Well, I guess, do you want to do any questions on this venue before moving on to the next one, or go through all of them? What's the atmosphere right now?
Do you want to mention parking?
Sure. So parking for the Renaissance, there is a parking garage that's right across the small side street that runs between the Eisman Center and the Renaissance Hotel. The parking there is a parking garage. If you are a guest at the hotel, you just use your guest card key to get you in and out of the parking. It's completely free. If you're not a guest at the hotel, if you're local, if you're driving in, you pay them there, and then they would validate any guest parking right at the front entrance when you walk into the venue. So all of that would be free as well. Yes. Yes.
Just a question, it'll be the same question for everyone, I'm just going to throw it out there. Is this hotel part of any rewards programs, groups, you know, for hotels?
It's a Renaissance, so that's, is that Marriott? I think it's a Marriott, or, yeah, it's either a Marriott or a Hilton, it's one of the big ones.
Okay.
No, it's not.
And then airport shuttle.
So it doesn't have an airport shuttle. What it does have is the Dallas Area Rapid Transit train line. That there's a train station that is literally right outside the hotel itself. There is currently an orange/red line that goes from there. It goes through Dallas and then goes directly to the DFW airport. They have a silver line that they are planning on having completed either Q4 this year or Q1 next year that will go straight from the hotel to the airport. It's $5 a day to ride that line, and that line also then takes you into downtown Plano, which has a lot of shops and restaurants down there as well. City Line in Richardson also has a lot of restaurants as well, and then you can also take it into Dallas itself. So you can go from the airport to the hotel, never have to step in a cab, never have to step in an Uber. $5.
Not a fan.
Sean.
How is there accessibility parking? I know there were problems in the past with that.
Accessibility parking, so they do have some handicap spots like out in front, also inside the parking garage as well. It's all ramp, so there's no stairs. You'd have to go down from there to go right across into the hotel itself. Okay. Kate.
How accessible are restaurants or other entertainment in walking distance to the hotel?
Walking distance, there's one restaurant right across the parking lot there. If you were hopping on the train or if you take a car, there's dozens of restaurants within 5-10 minutes of the hotel. Any other questions before we move on to the next one? Great. Oh, right. There's also indoor pool. Forgot about that. I think all the locations have a pool. Some of them are outdoors, some of them are indoors. So this one does have one that is indoors. And a gym. They all have gyms. Very good. All right. So this is going to be the Conroe Hotel, the Hyatt Regency in Conroe. I apologize for the vertical alignment.
It's Jeff's fault.
Hashtag no Jeff. So this is going to be their restaurant area. They do have a completely separate dining area. If we wanted to do any types of meetings in there, we can do that as well. I believe they also had some outdoor, they have some outdoor seating for the restaurant too. This is their outdoor pseudo event space. They can remove any other furniture if we want to do anything outdoors except for the fire pits. Those are stationary, they can't move those. But if we want to do anything outdoors, they could accommodate that there on the lawn. They do have their bar separate from the restaurant. And as a reminder, Conroe was 30-07 and 30-05, and they cannot change that. So you can conceal carry if you have a license. And that's the hotel, we have no way to get around that.
And pass through if you're staying.
Pass through if you're staying. So if you are staying, you can carry a firearm into your room, but you can't walk around the actual hotel or the convention part of it with the firearm unless it's concealed. And again, like I say, you have a license. But we're all libertarians, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Take responsibility. They have an outdoor pool. This is their pool space. They did say they could do some events out here, but they do have a maximum capacity because this is right above a parking garage, I believe it was. Jeff, remind me, was that above the parking garage? Yes. So it is right above the parking garage. There is a certain capacity, number of people that they could fit out there for any type of outdoor event, because they don't want to damage the roof. All of the event space is going to be on the first floor. They do have an attached garage, so you can go from the garage directly into the building without having to go across the street, outside, or things like that. And the parking is free as well. So this would be the main area. So we didn't get any video of inside the ballroom itself, but we did just see, we have a couple photos on what it looks like in there. Pretty standard layout. We don't have any, I think there's a stage in there, but we don't have any screens up to see what it looks like. Yeah, so we do see the stage in there. And then we have a side meeting room again. If credentials committee or anybody else that we needed to use as a side room for, you can do it, put it up in here. Separate room, they can move this one around. They can take all the furniture out of here, put some seating in there for VIP seating, and the hangout room. It's right next to the main ballroom. And then we're going to start looking at some of the rooms, guest rooms. I believe their rooms are smaller. So this is one of their standard rooms. It's really cozy. I think they have really tall shower heads. Was the curve on that one? Really tall. So for all you tall people, it clean better that way. This is going to be one of their small suites. And now we're on to Abilene. Yes, so are there any questions on the Conroe location? Billy, are you going to have any question about that one as well?
Same question, and one additional, there's how many rooms is the hotel? The proposal that I'm seeing, it says 135 rooms, but it's not clear if that's how many rooms there are in total or how many rooms we're committing to rent.
On the proposal, the number of rooms that we're committing to rent. So that's going to affect our attrition rate. And I believe Conroe was 90% attrition, all the other ones were 80% attrition. So with the Conroe location, we would need more people to actually show up to that location to rent rooms.
And rent room at that location.
And a room at that location.
And do we know how many rooms the hotel is total? It was in the Richardson, I was just asking.
Yeah, I want to say it was 300 something. Yes, Sean.
Same question. Accessibility parking?
I did not see what the garage looked like. I wasn't on the site there, and I don't know if they went.
So Jesse and I went to go see it too. There is accessibility parking outside the convention door, and then I believe there's accessibility parking inside the garage as well. This is a brand new space. This is only 2 years old, so they are definitely compliant and accessible.
Any other questions on Conroe? Yes, Kate.
Walkability to any outside entertainment or restaurants.
Or whatever the highway is there.
Yeah.
Is it? No, isn't all Conroe like right there by?
No, this is going to be more towards the medical district. There is, since I went, there is nothing really in what they call it hiking distance.
So real life Frogger after.
Yes.
or you hop in a car or you grab an Uber or something else like that.
Or no.
Yes.
We have two separate entrances, one for the convention and one for the hotel. And they're combined, so they're attached.
Any other questions for Conroe? Great. All right, we're going to move on to Abilene. So this is going to be the main foyer area for Abilene. This is where we'll be putting any of our booths, any of our tables for our sponsors. This is going to be into the main ballroom where the business meeting will be held. Now this is only a quarter of the total floor space inside, and as the camera goes around, you see how big the room actually is. So seating would not be an issue in here. We have plenty of space available. And it's 4 air walls to block everything off, so you can see how much space there is in there. Like total max seating was, I believe, 480 or 445 or something. Yeah, something like that. Which, with our new numbers, is much easier to fit people in. And this is just the other side of it. So this is a little business room we could use for getting credentials or any other committees that we can meet beforehand or outside. And then I believe this one opens up into 3 sections for meals.
And also this is double air walls, I would like to show you. So that small part is like a third, and you can make it into a long thing. But you see the walls to the right? Those are all also air walls that open up into the pre-event area. So we can, if we wanted the debate and stuff and open it all up into the hallway, we can.
That would be standing room. So that's the main hallway.
This is where we would host sponsors, booths, happy hours if we wanted to. There's lots of options for happy hours and smaller events as well. So just to give you an idea that it is attached to the hotel.
Yes, it is all one building. We're going to look at guest rooms here. A little bit narrower hallways in some of these areas. But the guest rooms are pretty good. So this would be one of the standard rooms, I believe. This is going to be one of the smaller suites. They had some of the larger residential ones, but I believe those weren't available at the time. I believe they were all booked when Kate went on site for this.
Yeah, there was a big music festival, so all the big suites were taken up by big celebrities. I didn't run into any of them, sadly. But I did go to the music festival. It was a lot of fun. I don't know why my 360 cam flipped vertically, so I apologize. I did not see that that's what was happening whenever I recorded. It wasn't until post. Well, I should know better. I have a YouTube channel. These suites do have boardrooms in them, so if we decided we wanted to take one just as a war room or to be able to have meetings or anything like that, we'd have plenty of space. Any after hours, VIP stuff, they're big enough for that, yeah, as well.
Soaking tubs. Let's see, and this one has an outdoor pool as well.
It was a nice weekend.
I think all the venues we went to, they were all nice days to go,
Yes.
actually. None of them had bad weather.
Very few days.
They have a little market, I believe that's 24/7. And then they have 2 restaurants on site. Right. Yeah, so this is the Smokehouse restaurant. All of this outdoor space here, I believe, the Crossway is owned by the hotel, if I'm not mistaken. And they own that, so they don't have to get any permission from the city to do anything we want to do. So if we wanted to utilize that space out there, We would, I wouldn't say necessarily free reign, but we would have to be able to have a lot of options.
So two things I want to kind of point out for this space. That cross street right there that used to be where the breezeway is now a permanently closed off street. So if we wanted to have a block party in connection with the CVB and the DoubleTree Hotel, we have that opportunity and option to do that. Another thing that was very unique to this location and not the others is if we decide we want to have like smaller events or meetings in the restaurants, they are open to allowing that F&B be added to our F&B minimum, which we've never seen before, and that is a massive concession that is unique to this location.
Very easy to hit that F&B.
Nate, is this also a relatively newer hotel?
Yes, this is, I believe this one is also just over 2 years old.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, it's 2 years old.
Yeah, so it's about the same age as the Conroe location.
Yeah.
And then across the back, I believe that's the convention center.
Yes.
We don't need it, but in the event that we do, it's right there.
And they have been nice enough to put a hold on it until December or January in case we have some people who may join our party and draws attention and we need to expand. So that CVB has been amazing with that.
This gives us a lot of expansion on that avenue, whereas other locations we're restricted to just what they have on site.
Lots of options.
This is the most flexible? I would say so. Yes, Billy.
I do have a couple of detailed questions. The proposal and floor plan document that I reviewed and I'm looking at here indicates that open carry is permissible with a signed hold harmless contract and enhanced security, and that firearms are prohibited at any events where alcohol is being served.
Right. So if you're like in a bar.
So let me get my question because I want to make sure that we don't misinterpret this.
Yes.
So question number one, it says with open carry is permissible during the convention with the contract and enhanced security. That enhanced security requirement, does that prompt the additional security at $35.50 per hour?
No, it's not. That is not my understanding.
Okay.
What has been conveyed is that they already have on-site security, and that we would not need the additional security for the open carry.
Because the proposal says complementary standard security, additional security available for $35.50 per hour.
If we needed it.
Right, and then a few bullets down it says open carry permissible with enhanced security. So just I'm cautious. I want to make sure that if that means for the $35.50 an hour we can do that, that we count that into our cost estimation. And the second piece of this question is, it says firearms are prohibited at any events where alcohol is being served. And while stuff at the bar is, okay, obviously, I get that. It is the tradition, there is a custom within this party that there's alcohol on the convention floor. People bringing their bottles and stuff like that.
It's being served, though.
Yeah, and that's my question. Is that a service? And are they going to say, hey, no, you can't hand out shots of mezcal and open carriers?
Yes, I think I can clarify this, and I would like to point out that Michelle Allen is a representative from Abilene, and she has been amazing enough to drive from Abilene to Waco. She's present at our meeting right now, and so if we bang up any of the information during this presentation, she's got me on text so I can get her recognized and approved to clarify anything. So if there's anything you do want to ask her directly, you are, as a body, have that option on approval. But the way I interpret it, and the way it was explained to me by Michelle, we have open carry through the hotel and through business, and to any of our events where we as a party are not hooking or serving the drinks. Like, we did not purchase the bar. So for instance, during business, we don't have a bar that we have paid for and that is under our F&B. Therefore, you can open carry during business meetings. Now, if, for instance, at their restaurant,
They probably have either 51% where they have their own policy where there's no firearms. But that's going to be in any bar, restaurant atmosphere in Texas. We're used to that, right? And it comes to like our gala and our events where we are serving alcohol, no open carry.
Still concealed.
Actually, it says firearms are prohibited.
I think that was a miscommunication whenever that because I asked for clarification.
That's what's in the document. I'd love the opportunity to ask the representative from the hotel so that we don't.
Sure. So
we're not wrong.
So that would be up to the body to open up the ability for the representative to speak.
Cool. I'd like to make a motion to have the clarifying questions posed to the hotel representative so that we can make a good, fully informed decision.
Second.
Does anybody object to that? Yeah, we're good. All right.
Cool. I just don't want to be wrong about this, folks. I'll get to Abilene and, you know.
Absolutely, and contracts always get messy, especially whenever there's these little details.
Yeah.
I see contracts.
While they're getting these.
Same question as before?
Yes.
Yeah. So if it's all right, I'll just ask her. Sorry about the darkness, and thank you so much for coming, Michelle. I sincerely appreciate your time.
Of course.
And please don't mistake my asking a lot of questions as some sort of negative take on your place. I'm just a contracts negotiator by trade, and so I live in these details. And I don't want to be wrong about what we're expecting. So I'd like to clarify, if you don't mind, on the proposal the document that that we're looking at here. It says, and I want to make sure I don't misquote it. Firearms are prohibited at any events where alcohol is being served. Could you please help us understand what you mean by being served and clarify when that applies and when it doesn't?
Sure. So in our Cattleman's Exchange, which is our lobby bar, the hotel bar, there would be no open carry there because they're obviously always serving alcohol. Same for any of your events. Now, during your business session where there's not a bar per se, open carry is fine. Now, if you have a hosted bar going on, we would not be able to allow that.
Okay. And so what about concealed carry at the Cattleman's Exchange? That's a cool name. What about concealed carry there?
And that falls under a different rule, right?
Is it 51% in the bar?
Yes.
Yes.
So it is a 51%. So it would be prohibited by matter of state law. Not necessarily a hotel policy, but as a matter of state law. Is that correct?
Right.
In that one location.
In that one location. Okay.
Correct. That would apply to Cattleman's Exchange, not necessarily Smokehouse.
Correct. But on the floor of the convention, where we don't have a hosted bar, that would not apply. It does say open carry is permissible during the convention with a signed hold harmless contract and enhanced security. That enhanced security clause there, does that trigger the additional $35.50 per hour for additional security, or is that enhanced security included in the standard complimentary security listed in bullet point 3?
So the enhanced security is required, and that $35.50 would be billed to you, or you could pay it directly to the vendor. What they're looking for there is off-duty police officers, which we do have a number of organizations in Abilene that we work with that will do this for you. And it's part of the contract that we put together where it's the hold harmless and the enhanced security. Now, with those two caveats, you are allowed to open carry through the convention.
Okay, great. And so the $35.50 per hour, is that per individual, and if so, how many individuals are required?
It is per hour, and I do not know the number of individuals required.
So it's per hour per individual, or per hour?
Per hour.
In the aggregate. So if you've got 7 people, it's still $35.50.
That is my understanding.
$35.50 times 7.
Now, we could definitely speak with the vendor directly and get that quote dialed in more specifically, but from previous events, that was the number that I was given.
Okay, fantastic.
And I'm happy to get more information.
The additional enhanced security in order to make the allowance for the open carry.
Correct. On top of the complimentary that we provide.
Which I would like to add, this is not unheard of. We have had that in Irving, and we have had that in other places where we've held fundraising events and conventions.
Oh no, I don't think it's a bad thing. Okay. I just want to make sure that we account for it. That's all. And that we know what we're expecting.
Sure.
Those are my questions. Does anyone else have any questions for Thank you so very much for clarifying that.
Thank
for
you
us.
for
I really,
having
really
me.
appreciate that. And were these your cookies?
Yes, they were.
Thank you for the cookies.
Yes,
Appreciate
enjoy.
it.
And it's a double tree, so if we choose that, we all get cookies.
Every day.
Why is that not helpful? Because I thought that was just common sense with the double tree. Everybody get cookies with the double tree.
That rivalry needs to be more explicitly
Something else I'd like to point out, the reason why it's special that Michelle is here is all of these finalists were given the invitation to either come in person to answer questions or to represent the location or to call in if they were unable to attend in person. It's just an invitation, not a requirement. We did get notes that from the other locations, nobody was available to call in or to attend. But Michelle let me know just a few hours ago that she was on her way to Waco. So we very much appreciate that.
Yes, Sean.
Two questions. How is the accessible parking?
Accessibility parking, yes, it's easy. It's right across the walkway from the front entrance of the hotel. So it's right there.
And the second question is, do any of the other venues require special security fees?
Conroe, no, because again, they only allow concealed, they don't allow open. Richardson, they don't require any special fees for it, but they have those same restrictions where they have 51% right, so anywhere that alcohol is being served, you cannot open carry.
And there is additional security in those situations as well.
Right. They do have that as an option in Richardson, but it's not required for the business meeting itself, just to carry around. Additional security is required. And for Amarillo, Jack, remind me, was that open or concealed on the hotel?
They don't allow meeting carry.
At the hotel. And at the Civic Center, which is where the business meeting portion of it is, would be our choice, would be included in the contract that we signed with the Civic Center. Now, we won't be the only ones at the Civic Center. They will, I believe you said there's already another event going on within the same building or location, but whether or not that affects what we do, we don't know at this time.
According to them, it does not.
It does not? Okay, perfect. So that would be included in our contract with the Civic Center if we want to allow open carry or anything. But since we're not doing any meals or any bars at the Civic Center, no alcohol is being served, no food is being served, there shouldn't be any issues there.
If we do serve alcohol there, though, we have to use their vendor.
Yes. All right. Any more questions on Abilene before I move to Amarillo for the last one? I saw both the hands go up at the same time. All right, Jocelyn.
I have access to food.
Access to food. So they've got 2 restaurants on site. What's the walking distance to food? Was there any, I don't know if there's any walking distance, a couple blocks I think you can walk.
So this is downtown Abilene, and it's right off the downtown, the Main Street part. So you can go a block and you're gonna go to a bar and grill. It's absolutely walkable. You can go down the streets and there's gonna be lots of little mom and pop, small shops and restaurants that are right there, walkability as well. Of course, you've got the 2 nice ones inside the hotel and then of course our ticketed events. So yes, there's plenty of food around.
So how far is this from an airport or an airport in the city?
It has an airport in the city. I believe it was 6 miles. The hotel is 6 miles from the airport. The one catch with that one is I do not believe there's any direct flights except out of DFW. So any flights that are outside of DFW would connect through DFW to go in there. That is the one downside if you are flying in. At that point, for most people, it may just be as fast to drive in.
American Airlines, right?
American Airlines, and I believe also Southwest. Yes, Andrew.
Is this the one that was like adamantly no outside AV?
Yes, this is the one that is AV on-site only. Other than Amarillo, they had the lowest AV quote, and even the third-party quote that Kyle was able to provide earlier is still higher than this AV quote.
They have a personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
SLEC to please consider our ability to hear and not be side tripping or affected side tripping outside the doors, please.
Yes, if there's any conversation going on in the back of the room, if you could please lean into that window.
Yeah.
If there's any conversation going on in the aisles of the back room, if we could either keep it down or take it outside, please, thank you. All right, is this better? Yes.
Never mind.
Right. Any other questions of that, Blake? Moving on. All right, so this is the end of the video. They did have one other meeting room inside in the restaurants, so if we want to do something in there, we can do that as well. All right, so this is going to be Amarillo. Jack, are we able to see the Civic Center from here?
Well, we just passed it. You back up to the very beginning. So if you see where that tree is, the entrance to the Civic Center is right in between those two trees right there.
So it's not right outside, it's not far, but you do have to walk probably a few minutes.
Straight and down the street to the Civic Center.
As mentioned previously, for Amarillo, all of the business meeting would take place in the Civic Center, which again is down the street and across the street. But all the meals, the debate, all of that would go on inside the hotel itself. And we need Jack to do all the rest of the videos because he's very smooth. Faster than I thought it would be.
On wheels.
So this would be the area where we would do the meals.
This is the actual first of what they would normally have in the meeting room. It's too small, and that's the second part of it.
Yeah, I think even with our reduced numbers, the main meeting room is just a little bit too small, or just on that cusp, and then that would prevent us from doing anything else in the hotel because that would take up all the space. Now we can get our state convention even smaller.
We're trying to go the other direction.
It's like a smaller meal room. It's a hotel. This right here, we can see right there is a good convention room that we would have.
Yeah. So backing that up. Yeah, so this is going to be the convention center. We've got the nice high ceilings like we have in here, but that's all, gym style ceilings. Yes, sir.
So we're here now. I don't know if you backed up into it or there is a conference room like the others, and we didn't get to see because it didn't use. They do have a pool, which I did in the video.
Okay. So we do have a separate room for any credentials or any other types of committee meetings that we want to have, as well as a pool. The conventions, or the Civic Center again, so it's going to have the higher ceilings, the metal rafters, and then the type of flooring that we currently have in here, I believe, is very similar to what we would have there as well. So however the audio is in here would probably be very similar to what we experienced there. Yeah, I don't believe the Civic Center would have any problems. It's just one big giant room that we would be using.
This is the restaurant and bar area.
Yeah, so they have a good sized restaurant bar area.
I'd like to point out, this is an Embassy Suites hotel, so every room is a suite.
If you ever wanted to stay in a suite, here you go.
That's the upper colony.
And this is going to be one of the guest rooms.
That one is the presidential suite.
This one is?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the smaller side, compared to some other residential suites that we've looked at. And this is pretty much
That's the regular suite. That's like that or what you mean.
And we're going to be rounding this out real quick. We're finishing up with just the Good to hear. So another suite area. Is this one of the bigger suites?
That's one of the regular suites as well. That's the one with the heat that.
And that's going to be the end.
So, to answer a couple of questions that are asked normally, Billy's question about the total number of rooms is 226. What was your other question you normally asked, Billy?
If it's a part of a loyalty plan.
A what?
A hotel loyalty points plan.
It's an embassy, so any of those.
I don't know the connection.
Yeah, I don't know who Embassy Suites is with. Somebody.
I believe it's Hilton.
Are they Hilton?
I have to look.
Pretty sure it's Hilton.
Somebody who's not talking, look it up for me. So walking distance to facilities, it's 5 to 7 minutes. If your name is Paul Dar, you can probably get there in 3 minutes. Have y'all seen this guy walk? Yeah. It's taller than I am in my chair.
It is Hilton. It is Hilton. So we got
parking garage is across the street, and it is not covered in between. What else are we at? What are your questions?
Parking accessibility.
Parking accessibility.
For accessibility access.
Well, that's what I was talking about. It's across the street.
So there is no parking on site at the hotel. You would have to park in the parking garage, which is across the street, and then you'd have to walk across the street to get to the hotel.
Correct. It's training, which does it in Amarillo.
It does.
You might get blown away by the dust storms, but you won't get wet. Sean.
We also had questions for walking distance to local food and shops.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
5 to 7 minutes.
Gotcha. All right. Any other questions?
She asked airport shuttle. So I don't remember. We marked it down. It's probably.
I think it was 15 minutes to
15 minutes away. It is a ways away.
It does have an international airport.
Yes.
So it is a main hub.
It does have a lot to offer in terms of places to visit if you have never been. So kind of like ranch. They got a bug ranch. The 72-ounce steak that you can try to eat for $72 if you don't eat it in time. And Palo Canyon. That's about all I can tell you about that.
Very scenic location.
Yeah. And you can see China from there, and you can see the back of your head if you get on the number 1010.
All right. Any other questions with Amarillo? Okay. Who's that? Hilton. And then we did have one update for Abilene. We did get confirmation that they will allow third-party AV. So that is an option there. Yes, Susan. It does. We weren't able to see any of them because they were all booked at the time.
No, I did add them because the staff was able to go in after that event, and so it was in there. So those really big suites you saw was the presidential suite.
Yes. Any other questions on Amarillo? Any questions about any of the other venues that we looked at?
So it says Amarillo was no carry whatsoever.
Sorry?
What was the carry provisions for Amarillo?
For Amarillo, inside the hotel, no carry. At the Civic Center, which is what the business meeting would be, it's up to the contract that we sign.
No, it's up to us.
Oh, it's up to us.
At the Civic Center.
At the Civic Center. But if we were to serve alcohol, because there is no food or alcohol being served there, but if we were to want to have alcohol served there, we would have to use the Civic Center's vineyard.
It would be state law.
Right, and then at that point, it's state law if you're serving alcohol, and that's 51%, whatever. All right, any other questions regarding that? Yes, Sean.
It's more of a legal question, but weren't a lot of bars changed from 51% to a non-51% establishment during COVID and after?
I don't know that one. That was not something that I experienced personally. Yes, sir, Jack.
If you're done with the presentation and there's no more questions at this time, I would like a personal privilege for a bio break.
Joe,
That is next on the agenda.
yeah, we're done with the we're done with the presentation of the venues. We still have time for the overall report. I know there's some potential Q&A questions. I mean, it's up to Andrew if you want to try and break here.
I was going to say, as a courtesy to the committee, we're down almost 5 minutes now on their time, and I'm sure there's more discussion to have. I don't know, somebody, I don't know how much latitude we have to just do this because it's the right thing to do, but we can take our break now and come back at your questions.
If it pleases the chair, I'd like to move to extend for 30 minutes for Q&A, which to begin after a 10-minute bio break.
Second.
It pleases the chair. Is there any objection?
I said,
Do you object?
Can I make I have to object to make an amendment?
You can then amend it
Yes.
to,
15 minutes.
is there a second for his amendment?
Second.
Any objection? Go back to 10?
Oh, I thought it was, wait, I thought we were talking about, I thought he was talking
He's talking about 15 minutes for
No, he was going to, he wants to break
Oh,
to
10 to
15.
15, gotcha, no, I
No
withdraw my
objection. Okay, we're breaking for 15 and we're going to come back and talk for 30. So there we go.
Okay.
I think you guys can do it.
Oh, no, I thought it went from 30 to 15, I was like, on the for Q&A, and I was like,
I think Kate said like there's
Does the guy have the deed? I want to give the guy.
All right, so we're back from break. 30-minute Q&A starts. Right in my face, all right. First up, Jack, yes.
So one of the things that we talked about that we may or may not have discussed telling all of you about is, and I just want you to know the history. Some of the history that we talked about was the fact that in non-presidential years, the previous committees have tried to go outside the triangle and try and get our party, known in the smaller venue. That's one of the reasons we went to a place like Big Spring before in the past. And that doesn't mean we have to do this or that you have to do this. That's not what y'all want to do. It's just something that we've done. But in presidential years, we've tried to stay inside the triangle and go to a bigger place. And there's factors coming up that I just learned about out in the hallway that affect that. And I can't even express to you what they are because I don't know it well enough. If you want to know, ask Kate later or whatever, or ask her to speak on it.
Just pass it on.
The second thing is that we also talked about well, you know what? I've already talked to that. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any other comments? Kate.
I would like to make one comment. I know this has been probably the theme for pretty much choosing any location of any year for any convention, and that is the travel ease to the delegates and up to, well, I guess the delegates at this point, and wanting to stick into the triangle because of ease. I would like to point out, when we become delegates, when we become select reps, we know going in we're going to be doing a lot of traveling. And we know we live in the big-ass great state of Texas, and we're going to be wanting to go to every corner of it to show the people who we are and to talk about what we're about and to bring them in with us saying, we are just like you. And this is how we can do it. And with that, I would like to give my personal opinion and preference to, and hoping you would join me in choosing Abilene for our 2026 convention.
Yes, Ted.
Yes. Basically, for us here on SLEC, obviously we know we're going to have to go anywhere and everywhere for our meetings. But at the convention, we're talking about hundreds of delegates and also people who want from the community to come to our banquet and to come to attend our events and fundraisers, etc. That's why I think we should be meeting for our state conventions in one of the major metro areas or near them, like a place like Waco or something, it's near all the metro areas. So I favor either Conroe or Richardson, because I think more people will attend those conventions, we'll have higher revenues, and it'll be better for our delegates to come. Now, for me personally, it's not that big of a difference. It's only an extra like half hour to Abilene than it is to Richardson or Conroe. But for a lot of people who are all over the state, and to get local attendance, like for the bank where we raise money, it would make sense to be in the Houston or Dallas area, because a lot of people are in both of those areas, like millions of people. So that's my opinion. I personally only consider Conroe or Richardson for the convention.
Okay, I got Jeff, Jack, Billy, Kate, Sean.
All right, so Jeff.
Have we gone to the debate portion, or are we still on the committee?
This is committee Q&A style, questions, comments about the venues.
So then, as a member of the committee, I would ask those speaking to ask questions that are relevant to this, and we can move on to debating the venues and the next.
Who's next?
Jack. So I'm speaking this as not as a select member, but still as a committee member. One of the other things that we're talking about with regards to this is the fact that we need to, you know what, my brain is going, I'm sorry, we'll come back to me.
Great. So looking at the table in the report, cross cost analysis, the table, again, very, very well laid out. I see when I'm contrasting the four choices presented, I see the $25,000 F&B minimum at Abilene is the second highest on the list. But I also note that food and beverage is one of the most easily recoverable portions of the spend. Simply selling tickets for the area that we're consuming the food and beverage in is relatively easy to recover. The audio video equipment at Abilene is, it looks like the second least expensive. But it was presented, during the presentations we heard that third-party AV is allowable at that venue. Yes. And do we have, in order to most accurately contrast these, do we have an idea of if third-party AV would be any less expensive, more expensive? Does it move the needle on this AV cost for Abilene at 16.8?
So we've gotten to address that specifically. There was that one third-party AV quote that went up onto the forums.
Oh, I remember something about that, yeah.
That was 25,000, so that was higher than the Abilene one. Now,
it's higher than that one, but lower than the Conroe and about the same as the Richardson.
Correct. That being said, I know Andrew has proposed his son can also put one in there at a guaranteed lowest rate, I think is the wording.
At least that's the way the last two conventions have gone. Yeah.
Right. So keeping that in mind, depending on the third-party AV is available in all 4 locations.
All 4, okay.
Yeah, all 4 locations allow third-party AV. SLEC is picking the location. Mm-hmm. Now, what we could do as a committee is if SLEC also says, okay, Abilene, for example, but you're capped at 17.9 for the AV, whether that's Abilene's AV or a third-party AV. Sure. That way we have a budget going into that one, and then our fiduciary responsibility, Joe, is to try and either keep that or find a third party that is even lower than that.
Right. So just to normalize, if I hear you correctly, all 4 locations would allow third-party AV.
Correct.
And also, I hear you saying that the third-party but friend of the chair contractor would guarantee lowest. I see the lowest quote there at $7,195. So if we were to use that and we normalize all 4 bids, all 4 at 7,195 or 7,2 for rounding, it definitely changes the totals and the budget consideration on these.
You are correct. Now I will say that the 7195 was a local AV specific to Amarillo. Mm-hmm. And looking back at the last year's convention, the AV, while it was still low, was higher than that.
Okay. So
that 7195, I don't know if you would be able to get that in any of the locations.
Gotcha. But for instance, if we just normalized all of them in 10 or something like that, and just understood that the AV wasn't going to move the needle comparatively between them.
Correct.
They'd be like for like or con for con there.
Right.
And so the only other out of LP Texas pocket amounts are the venue stuff, but that's comped if we meet our food and beverage minimum and attrition requirements.
Except for Amarillo, we are the Amarillo Civic Center. Since there is no F&B there, we would be required to pay for that one, but the CVB is throwing in, I think it was $2,000.
$2,000, right? And so it would have only $3,800 for the convention hall.
Correct.
Total. And then you've got the food and beverage minimum, like we said, is the most easily recovered portion of this. Audio video being normalized. The only piece of the puzzle I haven't fully wrapped my brain around is the recommended additional budget in section 5 of the report, additional programming budget, where you've got entertainment at 15 grand, miscellaneous at 7.5, and contingency at 7.5. Understand contingency is money that you know you're going to spend, you just don't know what you're going to spend it on yet. could you please help me wrap my brain around entertainment and miscellaneous?
So contingency is for things that we didn't expect to spend money on, but that is a small buffer just in case something comes up. It is a contingency. Entertainment is going to be speakers, any other type of entertainment we have that's going to cover travel and expenses for speakers, speaker fees, stuff like that. Again, stuff that we plan on recouping by selling tickets to certain events. Miscellaneous stuff that the credentials committee may need. Other types of, was it the parliamentarian, for example, would also be miscellaneous expense. Stuff that is going to help, that needs to be done for the convention, but it's not necessarily a separate line item.
Okay. And we think that those are going to be pretty normalized across all 4 locations?
Yes. Did you have any other questions, Billy? Or
No, those are mine. Thanks for bearing with me.
I believe Sean was next.
I got Kate, then Sean, then Aaron, then back to Jack, Amanda, Susan.
Okay, Kate.
All right, perfect. So speaking as a committee member, there is a piece of the puzzle that we haven't really highlighted too much on, and that's the CVBs. Okay, that would be the Visitors Bureau, the city's Visitors Bureau. So each city was invited to also kind of ramp up these proposals and see what they, as a city, are willing to throw in to get us to come to each of these locations. Part of that is going to be media engagement. If you're outside the triangle, it's easier for the CVBs and the hotels to bring the outside public to advertise on our behalf and to get the press there. Whereas in the past, when we have done things inside the triangle, and again, your importance, you guys will rank this on your importance, but we have a hard time getting any kind of media, press, public engagement at the state convention. So that might be something that you might want to consider. The other part too is hot funds. So we have Amarillo has offered on their CVB has offered to pay for some and offset some costs. Abilene has also, their CVB has offered to offset some costs, including all of registration materials and providing some volunteer staff for registration. The other part too is they are able to bring in press or do press releases and try to get press to come, media, and invite the public. Another part too is the hot funds. Hot funds is where they're talking about hotel funds. Okay? They have offered up to $6,750 towards some of our events and venue rentals if we, as a collective through our entire event, have 200 room nights within the city limits. So that means even it includes the DoubleTree, which would be the host hotel, any hotel inside the city limits, and Airbnbs, VRBOs, any rentals that you do inside the city limits, we will track that, give that to the CVB, and if we cap out at 200 nights total through our thing, they are able to give us $6,750. We've only had that one time before, and that was Big Spring, which is a big help for us. So these are big chunks to take into consideration into the budget as well.
So would that have to be, so that would be them reimbursing us, is that a donation?
No, it's not a donation. It's not a donation. That is a perk, just like with the hotel, giving discounts and stuff like that. We would not consider that a kind of donation. So there are some other things here that you might want to consider that do affect the budget and the spend as well, based on location.
And as far as the media engagement with the CVB, we tried engaging with CVB for all 4 locations. Amarillo and Abilene were very receptive. They were very much willing to do pretty much anything they could to help us out. Conroe and Richardson both said, you do your own stuff.
We don't do that.
We don't touch political parties. You guys are on your own.
All right, we got Sean, Aaron, Susan, Joe Burns, then me, then Clark.
Shut down the draw.
Jack, you spoke multiple times.
Oh, that's fine. I thought you called my name a while ago when I actually put it back in, but that's fine.
So one of the comments I keep hearing for choosing a location out of the triangle is we're trying to do outreach to outside of the triangle to let people know that we're here. What has the committee talked about for doing outreach? What kind of activities? Because it seems like whenever we have a convention, we go to a town, we hang out in the convention center or the hotel, we don't really bring people in, and we don't really go out to the people.
Right, so we haven't gone into the fine details of that. You know, we're still at the early stage, and a lot of it's going to depend on the location of what we can and can't do. But for example, doing an outdoor block party, doing an outdoor event on either the Friday before the debate, after the debate, sometime like that, where we want to engage as many people and bring them to the venue. Not necessarily that we're going out to bars and out to restaurants and doing things, but we're bringing people in. And so that's going to be one of the requirements that we have, is that we need to put on an event that's going to bring people out that they don't want to go to the business meeting. They don't care. But if we can do something entertaining that's going to bring the local community out to it, then the CVBs in a couple of locations are very much willing to heavily promote those to bring people out. And in some of those cases, if we are serving alcohol, if we are doing anything like that, that goes to the F&B.
Nathan, I'd like to respond to that as a committee member as well.
Yes.
Kind of alluded to it, but, so just to clarify, and tell me if I'm wrong, but what we found was that inside the triangle, the Renaissance and in Conroe, doing that kind of thing was much more difficult than it was in Abilene and Amarillo.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, working with the CVB for that type of engagement, correct. For Conroe, like we saw in the video, there was very much limited outside space. There was some, but it wouldn't give us a lot of area to do things. Richardson had more, but we were limited in what we could do since that was city-owned. Abilene, of course, had all this outside space for themselves. In Amarillo, I don't know if
we would have to travel.
Right, Amarillo, the CVB in Amarillo would work with us to set us up somewhere nearby where we could do a big outdoor event or something else like that. Did that answer your question?
I have a further question on that. Is there any plans to advertise this outdoor event, this open event, and besides the CVB?
Convention and Visitors Bureau?
Yes.
So whatever we come up with, whatever we decide is going to be the event, we as the state party, of course, are going to be advertising it. CVB, depending on the location, would be advertising it themselves. They would also be reaching out to the local media, newspapers, local news channels, to be pushing it all out there to promote the events as well. So it would be well outside our normal media channels. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right.
Aaron.
So I want to go back to the 30,000, which you said was kind of normalized between all of them.
The 30,000?
Additional budget.
Oh, yes.
The speakers, the interviewers. Why is it equal for all of the locations? Because there's additional cost to flying someone to, say, Amarillo or Abilene compared to the Richard Center Conroe.
Right, so that just may affect the type of individual speakers may be able to get out there, may limit it to how many we can get out there, but whatever the budget is there is what we're going to have to work with.
Okay, so that's just the cap. We recognize that, like, hey, it could potentially be cheaper and we could get better.
Correct. Now, if we could pull in someone really big, or if we can bring in something else and we have to go over that, of course we would have to come back to SLEC and say, we need more money, but we've got so-and-so who says that they would love to come out and speak, and we think we could return, a lot of revenue off of that. But no, that would be the cap of what we're spending, not necessarily what we're going to spend. Or find major donors or sponsors to sponsor an individual or a group.
Another thing that kind of popped up, I know we wanted to do a lot of these public outreach, especially when we do the events outside the triangle. But we've done multiple meetings outside the triangle. I know we get received well, but what has that translated into just from our selectors?
I mean, now we're talking a lot of political strategy there on ROI. Personally, that's going to get more people interested in that we exist, for starters. Other than that, though,
my thing is, has that argument materialized? I know it's something that we're arguing here, but my concern with going outside the triangle is we're gambling that hoping we have more local participation and more involvement from the community rather than, say, reaching out to our known friends out of state who they might not come if we're in Abilene or Amarillo, because you know what? To fly from New Orleans to Amarillo is just cost prohibitive, or someone from California to Abilene, it's not as feasible for them as the triangle.
I haven't looked at the specific flight cost if you're going from California or from another state to Abilene. I don't believe there's much difference though if you're flying into DFW or you're not flying to Houston or another big city. Maybe a couple $100 difference, but what you're saving there is lower ticket prices. You're saving guest room rates. You can stay anywhere in the city, and it helps us out as well. Versus the inside the triangles, everything's going to cost more. So you're paying a little bit more to get there, but you're saving more in the long run.
Susan.
Oh, okay, so, specifically, I'm looking at room rates between Richardson and Abilene, Richardson being the lowest, 139 a night, Abilene at 169 a night. However, we stated that Abilene offers larger venue and some greater flexibility without more events, maybe like an ancillary event that brings people in. Is there, if we would just make the event larger, could that 169 come down, or is that set?
So that is in the current proposal that we have received from the venue. Of course, if we were to select that as a location, there will be additional negotiations that go on with that one. And we have the rep here if we need to ask any those specific questions.
And if you want to, you can ask Michelle Rufford on that one.
She's right back there in the back.
My other question is, look at Richardson, that has the highest convention, and if you look at the convention costs before that we put out, I think that food and beverage was $11,500 for the cost. Does the committee have concerns about meeting that food and beverage minimum for Richardson?
The last convention, the F&B was just under $25,000, plus the $11,000 for the venue rental itself, which was the total of $35,000, give or take a few here and there for taxes and service fees. So the F&B at Richardson at $30,000. As Billy mentioned earlier, it's easier to recoup F&B costs than it is to recoup venue costs, and it's technically cheaper if you look at it that way from last year's convention.
I think $11,000 goes down to the next line item for all your visual.
Yeah.
I didn't say.
Next.
Sorry, Joe Burns.
Joe Burns.
So, what I'd like to kind of hear from, first of all, thank you guys. The committee's done an excellent job putting forth an unbiased, well-rounded, I mean, the weighted averages are excellent. There's no since I've been on board in 2018, it's the best presentation I've seen, and I thank you for your thorough work. What I'd like to hear from, because I've served on a committee or two, and when you're involved in the committee, you see a lot of the details. They're not always going to go to the reports. They're not always going to make it out to the people who are actually doing the voting. So I would like to hear from, if the individual members would like to, I would like to hear their take as a select member for which venue they think we should vote on and why. Like, are there any gotchas? Are there any, like, this is the thing that sealed the deal for me and puts this venue head and shoulders above this other one. I recognize, I think only one of the members is missing. If Amanda wants to speak for her manager, that would be cool. She knows what his opinion is, but the other members of the committee are here, so please, if you want to, I'd like to hear it.
I'll answer. My take.
Time out, but we're down to just a few minutes left on the clock. This seems like
9 minutes.
seems like a good idea, but you might as well. I would entertain a motion to extend for a bit, just to get.
I move to extend.
How much?
About 5 minutes.
Somebody's gonna amend that. 10. He says 10? Do I hear 15? No. Do I second 10?
Second. I'm to extend 10 minutes.
Okay, we got seconds. Is there any objection to extending 10 minutes? Adding it on to the 5 we still have? Don't hear any objections, so we got 15 left. Okay, go committee, go.
Well, so start with me. I'm not on SLEC, but I am a committee member. So me personally, sure, I would love Richardson, right? It's closer to me. It's still an hour and a half away, but my preference for the 2026 convention would be an Apple location. What they are doing to help us get there, none of the other venues are currently working at that level to get us there. I think Richardson may be good for a presidential year because of its location. But for a gubernatorial election, based on everything that I've seen, all the communication that's been going on, the discussions that we've had as committee members, my personal choice would have been that one as well. We'll just go down the line. So, Kate?
I've already given my opinion quite clearly. I was the point person for Abilene, so when it comes to all the background with that, and then of course being in the communications of the other locations, to me it's a no-brainer, especially even with the neutralized weighting of the system. It's Abilene for me.
Check.
So, what I'll tell you is that one of the things we talked about was, what about 2026 versus 2028? And when we looked at Richardson, we thought, you know what, this would be really awesome for 2028. And we really need to get ahead in the planning anyway. We're behind in planning. We're behind the curve in this committee because we have a lot to do in a short time to do it in. So we thought, you know, we've kind of already done a lot of work here in Richardson. It would be a great venue for a presidential election year. And so the smaller venues may be better for a non-presidential year. So that kind of left us, when we looked at everything and eliminated the ones that didn't fit, with Abilene and Amarillo. I would come to Amarillo. I love Amarillo. I love all of you to come, and I love all the libertarians to come to Amarillo. But if I'm really honest with you, I don't think that's going to happen. The reason that I really want us to do the smaller venues already been discussed. That's because I think we can do something really awesome like we did in Big Spring and have a party, even though we don't know the outcome. Who knows how many people voted Libertarian out of Big Spring as a result of our being there and talking to us? But I can't tell you that unless we gather data from that, we won't know. But I think that the things that Abilene has to offer, the closeness of the things we can do right outside the hotel to have an event and get the people and radio and television stations there to say, hey, you know, Libertarian Party's doing this, you can go listen to this band or whatever it ends up being that we end up doing. I think that's going to be the Libertarian Party of Texas' best band.
Thank you. And then Jeff, way in the back.
A few things I wanted to clarify real quick because it came up in other people's questions. One about Conroe, yes, the convention bureau didn't specifically offer help in media engagement, but the hotel did say they partner with the local radio station, so I just wanted to provide that. And also the questions about AZ quotes, those were included for informational purposes, but they were not part of the category story. So even though I sent a report, I wanted to remind everybody that that's not factored into that, those rankings. As far as my personal opinion, I echo what's already been said and take it even further. I was the one who said media engagement outreach is like a 5 and everything else is as low as possible to me because convenience of the delegates, I'm not anti-convenience, but that should never be our #1 priority. But as Andrew pointed out many times, we are here to grow the party. We're trying to get people elected, legislative work done, like the great work that's being done by Kevin and Anastasia. So that always should be first top of mind. You know, again, I understand not everybody has the money to go to the digital thing, but all those have to be factored in. But I just want to remind everybody that you know, that is our #1 goal. So, and looking at that, you know, I was sort of waffling between Amarillo and Abilene because they both think they have a lot to offer in those areas. But if Jack is leaning toward Abilene, then I guess maybe I will too.
That will not.
Sentimentally making me, factor in because there's a lot of cool things about little places. As far as my local people, they're going to see both of those as being far off places, so that part doesn't matter too much. I know for Jack, that's like a big distance, but for everybody else, it's like we're all just far away. In my own personal bias, I obviously my people are going to be able to live in Conroe easier than they are to different places. I didn't have a great experience when I first went to Abilene, but I'm willing to be changed in my view. So anyway, that's my rambling answer to that question. Hopefully it answered it. And there's some. If anybody has any other questions for me,
Okay, thank you, Jack. And Amanda, are you speaking on behalf of your husband?
Yes, I am. Matthew.
Stand up.
Matthew of SE11. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband. I actually messaged him and asked if I could because he's one of the people on here. His vote would go towards Abilene also. So just that's the information that I know. Because I'll lay everybody up in the schedule. So.
Thank you.
Can I just make one little point? At no point did the committee discuss our preferences as individuals or as a committee. We just went based on the information and the weight. All of these opinions you're hearing are the first time we are hearing them ourselves.
Yeah, I forgot to say, like I said earlier, we all work great together, so please don't dissolve my committee.
More forcing us into a vote.
All right, who was up next? You're up next, Jesse.
Okay, so mine is really just more of an assessment more than anything else. So I think we've already pointed out that right now in the convention fund, as it stands right now, we've got $69,414.40. Now, obviously, none of those other than Amarillo is coming in under that. We're going to make money, but if we're going to look at the amount of money that we're bringing in, we cannot look at Corpus Christi. That was a presidential year, and we're not going to bring in as much money in a non-presidential year as we bring in a presidential year. So, and especially with the Vote for Your Dollars. The Vote for Your Dollars that we did as part of the presidential stuff, that was like $35,000 that we're not going to have coming in this time. So I just want to make sure that everybody is viewing this through the lens of our financial health right now. Obviously, we want to grow the party, but I want to make sure that, and this is my ask to the committee, is if we're looking at that, $30,000, kind of additional funds, that we keep that to a bare minimum, understanding that we're not going to bring in as much money in this convention as we will in a presidential year. So that was my only thing, is just making sure that everybody has those numbers in their minds and they're not looking at how much money we made in Corpus Christi, because that's really going to be apples to oranges.
Jesse, the chair just, wage reports per hour are different. That Vote with Your Dollars total is actually $51,000.
Oh, sorry. Did I look at the wrong line item? Yeah, $51,000. Oh, my eyes. I'm old.
I know.
I did the same thing.
I would just like to add one point to that, is the new development director is on the committee, and her primary focus is to get money, so.
Yes, I can concur, $51,000.
We have Shakedown Kate on the committee. All right, next.
Next is Clark.
I just have a question about these is there any tax money, I guess, involved? I'm not saying that would necessarily damn the choices of, Abilene or Amarillo, but as libertarians, I think we should always consider whether some of these, local communities, more power to them, but are they going to be using, any or much taxpayer money?
I believe CDBs are funded by half-cent tax, sales tax. So none of it's property taxes, it's all sales tax, and it's specifically for the CDBs to promote businesses and events into the area to bring people in.
It's usually a hospitality tax.
Right. Or it could be, right. But it is They have funds that are specifically to bring people in, whether it's used for our convention or used for somebody else's convention. Those funds are for the CVB.
But don't get it confused, we add to those funds significantly. This is more like, the CVB funds are more like a refund of the amount of taxes that we're gonna be generating for them in the first place.
Right. All the sales taxes that we're gonna be generating for this CVB when we're in there spending money, people are staying at Airbnbs or staying at hotels, all of that's gonna help. It's gonna help a lot out.
That's why they want 200 nights. Right. Because if we stay there 200 nights, they get more than enough money in taxes.
Yeah.
Taxes on hotel charges are high.
Yep.
All right, we're back to Jack.
Back to Jack. Jack? No.
Okay, Paul.
So I was looking at the budget from last year for additional, well, not the budget, actual spend. And so actual spend for additional budget came out to about 15,000 there. You're asking for 30,000 this time around. To me, I need to understand, would, 20,000 be a more reasonable price point? I know you guys have ways, you might be able to reduce it from there, but I'm looking at a budget as something that I'd be willing to have you spend the totality of. If it came down to that, to not be reduced, and I hope you'd be able to reduce it, but would 20,000 be a number that you could work with?
I believe also for the last convention, there was a number of sponsors for some of the entertainment that was not reflected in the report at all. Where we would be having to shell out, either money from this fund, on the screen here, or we would, in all of our cases, we are going to be looking for direct sponsors or donors to help offset a lot of these costs. I do not expect to spend $15,000 for entertainment or speakers and all that, but having it available in case we need it to pull in, like I said, to pull in a high-profile speaker, or pull in entertainment of some sort, and then not have to go back to SLEC saying, hey, can we have some more money because we have a deadline to sign a contract with this person or with this group or whatever it is to get signed. Because it's easier to have the money available and not use it than to need it and have to go to SLEC and go through the process of getting it approved or raising.
We did that with our budget, and we're not in a great spot. All right, Coogan.
I'm good.
Okay, Jacob.
This doesn't necessarily have to be, well, it's not so much a question as anything. We're saying that this is going to bring in a profit, but what we're looking at is last cycle. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I can feel my chest if you need to.
You're good.
We had a vote with your dollars that brought in 50K last cycle.
51.
So we can say that, yeah, it brought in $100,000, but 58,000 of it is an amount of money that there's not going to be in this time that we had last time. So we could say, like, yeah, it'll bring a profit, which it probably will. But we need to take into account that dollars for dollars, we didn't bring in 100,000 to the last convention, we brought in 50,000 because that extra 50,000 is not something we can have now. Is that true? Sorry.
That's her point of order.
He asked it in the form of a question, I was just gonna ask him to do that so that we're not in debate.
Was there a specific question that you needed to answer, or was that just more of a open-ended question?
Is that true?
That is true.
Yes.
That is correct. Okay, so, Joe.
Gilbert.
So I'll piggyback on that because I had one point to make about that and make sure we got the numbers correct. So when you look at that 100,000 you mentioned, that's the total 2024 convention revenue. So if you subtract 51 from that, you can say that that convention generated 49,000 direct dollars, like direct revenue. But at that convention, if you look at the next line, there were over $20,000 of lifetime memberships that were given at that convention as a direct result of being at that convention. Now, who knows if those people would have still done a lifetime convention without, or a lifetime membership without convention? We don't know. But we do know that took place. We further know that there's an additional 8,775 of unrestricted one-time donations that definitely took place as a result of that, convention. So me, when I'm analyzing these numbers, I'm looking at the gross total of 130,000. I'm subtracting out the 51,000 and vote with your dollars, and I'm saying 81 grand, probably what we could come up with, again, assuming it's going to be a little bit less than that because we're in an off year. But I think when you're making this decision, I think at least 3 of the venues were safe if we can do that again. I don't think it has that or should have that much of an impact on what we're choosing today. The question I had for Kate, I had a question for Kate. Abilene, the name sticks out in my head. There was a year here a while back, this little disease ran around, and we had to go to Big Spring, and there was no other option for us. We landed in Big Spring. There was a second town. Was it Abilene?
It was Abilene.
It may not have been this venue specifically.
No, it was not the DoubleTree because the DoubleTree did not exist at the time, but it was the Abilene Convention Center.
Abilene Convention Center at a time when McAllen or whatever kicked us out because of the bug. Abilene stuck with us until the end, and they were ready to give us a place for convention. We chose Big Spring instead. So, for what that's worth. Sorry.
Great time.
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
Objection.
Wow, that's a big one. Okay, so we have an objection. Vote on the motion to extend for 10 minutes.
Is there a second?
Was there a second? Sorry.
Motion to select Abilene as the.
Time out. So that fails. What?
I was saying we're gonna make a counter motion to just vote on Abilene as the convention location.
Okay. We were out of time anyway. The next item on our agenda is a motion to select a venue. So I think we are in order. We have a motion, Mr. Ramos, to second, and we have a second already. And is there any objection to? We have an objection. Would you like to speak to your objection, Mr. Brown? Let me go.
I stated previously, but I could read the room, and the reason I don't propose that we have the balance of all 4 choices and vote by approval voting and all that. I can pretty much tell how people are going to vote on this, but I didn't want to say no objection or no vote or anything like that. So I'm going to vote against it. I don't believe we should be meeting in such an outlying location. We should be meeting in either Conroe or Richardson. I also, one thing I didn't bring up before is I worry about the weather as well, because there's tornadoes and flash floods and blizzards out that way. And they're still going to be in May, just recently there have been. So I do worry about that as well. I'm going to vote no, and I know what everybody else is going to do. My vote is no.
Mr. Ramos, you want to speak to your motion?
I'm reading the room. It looks like the convention committee has unanimously decided for Abilene.
Well said, sir. Mr. Roberts, you're speaking against?
I move to call the question.
You're better at this all the time. Okay, second, somebody second. Any objection to calling the question, or do we just proceed? It doesn't matter.
You have to replace Eric Van Sinkle's on the shirt.
No, Robert, you want. Choose Abilene. Yeah, I've got one.
That was the most. That's correct.
If this passes, then yeah.
With objection, so there is open for amendment.
So we have, we're going to call the question. We're going to vote on whether we're going to call the question at this point and just dispose of these. By show of hands, if you're in favor of calling the question at this time. Okay, and if you're opposed to calling the question, okay, that passes. So we're going to go ahead and proceed to a vote on the matter of holding our 26th convention in Abilene. Let's try it by hands. Okay, is that a vote or a vote? Yes, sir.
And are we voting just on the, are we voting location, just a location, not to authorize a specific budget?
I specifically said motion to select Abilene as a convention location.
Yeah, I mean, we can get that typed up, but it's a motion to select Abilene as the venue for our 2026 convention.
I am assuming you're okay with that. You said this like, okay, thank you. That's what's on the screen now.
Just to be sure, there's no controversy or misunderstanding. Be it moved that LP Texas chooses Abilene for its 2026 state convention. So by a show of hands, if you are in favor of picking Abilene as our venue, let me
can see it. If you're opposed to Abilene, vote, okay, we'll be meeting in Abilene.
Mr. Chair, I'd like my objection or my no vote noted in the minutes.
Okay. Let the minutes reflect that Mr. Brown voted no. In opposition to Mr. Westbrook.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we select the Renaissance Hotel as our location for a 2028 convention.
Objection.
Is there a second for that? I don't hear a second, so it feels like a second, but I don't blame you for trying.
So Andrew, do you want to clarify for the body that we've selected that venue? We have not authorized a budget.
Right, yeah, I said that, but just to make sure we're all on the same page here, we have selected a venue, we have not created or authorized the budget. We used certain information presented to inform our decision, but what we have so far is an agreement to go with a particular venue.
Sounds like we only have agreement to go with city.
Here's what, if you need another motion.
Was it your intention to?
I mean, it's implied we only had 4 choices of venues with the bids and everything.
Y'all, we as SLEC don't have to weigh in on the exact contract nature.
Mm-hmm.
We're just selecting the city. We've selected the city. The exact negotiation of the contract with the exact venue.
We can motion that later on the floor.
Yeah, and yes, we have a problem. I think we all know what we're doing. If it needs to be clarified, we can clarify.
Yeah, folks, don't handcuff the chair and tell him he can only select this one venue and take away any negotiating power that he might have with said venue. Don't do that.
Mr. Barkley.
What do we need to do to sign any kind of contract to reserve the space?
What would we have to do to sign a contract on the space? And typically, what we've done the past couple of times is it's negotiated primarily through the events department with the executive director and chair, and ultimately the final product's approved by executive director and chair, and then the chair signs it.
So we don't need a motion for that.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Peterson?
A motion to move on to public comment and adjourn.
You motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Did I hear that? Okay, is anybody second that motion? Somebody said second? Okay, well, it's always in order, so let's vote. Who's ready to adjourn right now? Who's not ready to adjourn right now? Okay, it looks like we may have a little more business to do. I know we do kind of, point of information?
Can we agree on that?
Yes.
When we agree on the overall budget? Or will there be a chance to have select review?
Yes.
You'll have, yes, sir. We'll have that conversation.
She needs the second.
Sorry, what?
She needs the second for the motion?
No, just the fact that it was second.
Okay.
Seconded. Okay. Earlier today came up that we have this clarification issue with the decision that was made in February to sort of rearrange the way we finance the legislative action stuff. Ms. Wilbur has prepared a simple motion authorizing the transfer of funds from the general fund to the legislative action fund. 10K. We're just changing it. We're changing the bank account. We're just moving the funds to the bank account. We've already talked about what we're doing with the funds. We just need to move it to the bank account. Can you take it over here?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm remaining.
What's that?
I am remaining to help with motions.
Okay, so can you get that motion up that on the 10,000 we moved to from just transferring from the general fund to the legislative action fund.
Sorry, I was not ready. Sir?
We got 2 minutes. Just saying, 2 minutes. We can do this in 2 minutes.
Oh, gotcha. Never
Okay. Yeah. Marcy blows.
That's why I said 2 minutes.
Okay, so that's the motion. We're going to move 10,000 from the general fund to legislative action fund to facilitate, to clarify and facilitate what we decided in February. All? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I thought we were into that. So we have a second. Is there any objection to making a bank transfer?
Wait, who made the motion? Who moved it?
And second.
Anastasia, okay, second, yes.
Yeah, I don't hear an objection, so that motion carries. Next item on the agenda.
We've had a spillover here, what just happened? Sorry.
Just move the money from the general fund to legislative action fund.
Okay.
The problem is your touchpad doesn't work.
We need to capture the minutes, sorry. Sorry. Still just a second.
Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Okay, the motion was made by
Anastasia Wilford. Doesn't matter, no objection, motion fails. The next item on the agenda is announcements. Does anybody have any announcements that need to be made? Jenny? I'll get you.
In July, my little county, Washington County, had the thing called the summer social. And we take advantage of the fact that the whole little town shuts down downtown and they have live music. And we show up as libertarian teachers, thanks to Jeff for wearing a libertarian t-shirt one year. We got off the county affiliated and the lady came. So I invited everybody to come or do the same thing in your town, take advantage of something else already going on. I know you guys live in some bigger areas, but in the small areas where there's big events where, the whole town gets together, just get $100 t-shirts so people feel more comfortable to come up and talk to you. So that's one thing. And then thank you for the inspiration from Montgomery County to do an adopted highway program. We did that, we just started, we did a sign, we did really cool bus. And we go out there and we had a guy come who's not even doesn't even say he's a libertarian, he just knew that we were going to do it and he wanted to help out because it's a good thing to do to pick up trash. So anyway, throwing that out there, if you have any questions about that, we have worked out just a few of the logistics. We had signs, that was kind of fun because we had a lot of people, some people can't get around and go pick up the trash. So we had cars and they were kind of going along the way. Anyway, there's a lot of ways to make it fun. So anyway, that's it.
Cool. And then RJ?
First off, welcome to Wake Up. It's not my control, but I still feel bad. We had the weather, we had some technical difficulties and stuff like that. Right. But I just wanted to announce that after we adjourn, which I'm waiting for Chad, or I guess someone to do that. We will be meeting across the street at Crickets again. We did this last time. We had a great turnout, and I expect if you are deciding to stay, if you are leaving after the meeting, that's okay. I won't hold it against you, but I expect to see everybody across the street at Crickets.
Mr. Roberts.
For most Texans, we have less than 2 weeks to protest our property taxes. Remember, we do have branded guide to do that. You can sort of hard money against fight yourappraisal.com. Like you did last time, I encourage you to put it on your personal social media, your county social media, if you have access to that, and get that out there.
Mr. Garner.
All right, guys, I haven't had a chance to donate to the Legislative Action Fund. So the next grant that comes in, I'll match.
Okay, that's the first time.
count that. I just wanna make sure we get the money to do what we need to do.
Anybody else want to join us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll count. 15, that counts.
I'll donate it.
Appreciate you.
I got a C note.
Yay. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for re-upping that up.
Where are we at?
Here, you can.
About 1,500. If you include 1,000. What's that? 160.
Oh, man.
Anybody else? Any other takers right now?
I'll do 50.
50, 60, 50. Unknown.
I'm concurring with the husband. I'm concurring with the husband on my max would be.
About 18.
Okay.
About 18.
Does anybody have any more announcements for this part of the situation? Mr. Hale?
Move to adjourn.
If anybody else wants to get on this donation bank, please talk to Joe. We have a motion and a second to adjourn
Object.
with it.
Just,
Okay, I mean, just gonna vote. So-
okay.
Yeah, so who's ready to adjourn? Okay. Who is not ready to adjourn? That motion passes. We are adjourned.